I thought my game was already crashing. I forgot something. Hang on. My bad. Now we can start the game. What's with all the freezing?
Lenzpumpe einschalten. Lenzpumpe ausschalten. Alarm! Auf Gefechtsstation! Los geht's, Männer! Lasst uns einige Schiffe versenken.
Herr Kapitän.
Torpedo 2 gewartet.
Are they actually doing anything? Why is this not going away?
Torpedo 5 gewartet.
Alarm beenden.
Whatever.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
Halbe Fahrt voraus. Auf Seerohrtiefe. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung 210 Grad.
Yo, what's up, winner?
Kurs setzen.
Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung 265 Grad.
Kamerad.
Schraubengeräusche.
There's a difference.
Kriegsschiffe. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 260 Grad. Schnellboot 315 Grad. Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff.
Gefechtsstation!
Peilung 35
Als
Grad.
eingespielte Mannschaft werden wir dem Feind zeigen, wozu ein U-Boot in der Lage ist.
Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
I just did Scappa flow.
Gewartet. Torpedorohr 1 gewartet. Torpedorohr 3 gewartet. Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
I don't remember where this convoy was. Might be this one.
Alarm beenden. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Schraubengeräusche. Kriegsschiffe. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 195 Grad.
Herr Kaloin, wir haben unsere Position erreicht. Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
Schraubengeräusch. Peilung 315 Grad.
I just attacked Scappa flow.
Kurs setzen.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloin.
Anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
Elektrokompressor einschalten.
Now I'm gonna see if I can't find a little target rich environment on the way back.
Torpedorohr 2 gewartet. Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
Yeah, I did that already.
Torpedorohr
You want a type 7 or a type 2?
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet. Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
Auf Seerohrtiefe. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundumblick eingesteuert.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Jawohl, ich
Torpedorohr
kümmere
5
mich darum.
gewartet.
Anpassen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Die Kanonen sind aufgetaucht. Elektrokompressor einschalten.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
So at type 2. Yeah, type 2 sucks. Pick the other starter ship, the type 7. It starts on the same date, bro. September 39. You're sailing a coastal sub.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Schraubengeräusche. Kleiner Konvoi. Peilung
Torpedorohr
60
He's like, I don't know which way you guys are going.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundumblick eingesteuert.
Anblasen.
5 Meter.
You have to get Tonnage War number 2 done. That gives you a blueprint.
Bestätige. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
And then you're in the same ship I am. Boat.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
Auf Seerohrtiefe. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Schraubengeräusche. Kleiner Konvoi. Peilung
Torpedorohr 5
285
gewartet.
Grad. Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe.
Kleiner
Boot für Rund-
Konvoi, eh?
Eingesteuert.
I like the sound of that.
Kurs setzen. Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Peilung 35 Grad.
Kurs setzen. Ventilation ein.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
Schraubengeräusche. Großer Konvoi. Peilung 35
Torpedorohr
Grad.
3 gewartet.
I don't wanna fuck around with the grosse convoy. No, thank you.
Konvoi in Sicht. Peilung 315 Grad. Alarm! Auf Gefechtsstation!
Denkt alle an eure Ausbildung. Bleibt ruhig und konzentriert.
Remember your training, and you will make it back alive. It was that badly acted as well. There's definitely another submarine around here that's torpedoing these guys because they're not normally
Ermitteln Sie eine Schusslösung.
already freaking
Ermitteln
out.
Sie eine Schusslösung.
Okay, my size 5 kilometers. Langsame
Langsame
Fahrt.
Fahrt voraus.
Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
Alle Maschinen stopp. Langsame Fahrt voraus. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
Oh, this isn't going fast enough.
Torpedorohr 5 gewartet.
Does this help?
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kanal.
Damn.
Ermitteln Sie eine Schusslösung. Ermitteln Sie eine Schusslösung. Rohr 1 bewässern.
Rohr 1 bewässert.
Los! Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Ermitteln Sie eine Schusslösung. Ermitteln Sie eine Schusslösung. 40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. Sekunden.
10 Sekunden.
20 Sekunden.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let me pause real quick because I gotta do stuff now. Yeah, of course I'm in a Type 7. I have an 88 on the dick. Type 2 doesn't have that, it's too small. Only has an AA. I'm not sure if this thing's dead. I don't think it is.
Rohr 2 bewässern.
Press F8 a lot. Yeah, I got run over last night. I lost 30 minutes as well. Just press F8 a lot. Or I'm not sure if you can actually make it autosave fast. Yeah, you can. There you go.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. Sekunden. Schneller, schneller. 20 Sekunden.
Herr Kalol, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
10 Sekunden bis Einschlag. Feindliches Schiff getroffen. Ja, schwere Schäden.
Too bad I couldn't get this one.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
It's kind of the one I wanted. Bro, this thing's still alive? No. There we go.
Sie sinken.
Oh. That's not good. How deep is it here? I'm screwed. Most of them require a new game though. I only installed one, and that's you're seeing it in action right now.
Kurs setzen.
Oh. Maybe no. No, yeah, you're seeing it in action. It's like a sinking physics overhaul. No, that's impossible with the way the game's set up, dude. There's no way you can do that. Like, you ever play a Paradox game? No. Well, never mind then. Because like a Paradox game has the exact same problem online that this game would have a million times more. So much is happening at the same time that the faster you set the game to, the more desyncs you have, and it's sometimes like nearly impossible to play because of the amount of desyncs between you and your friend. And this game's time compression is way heavier. There's no way that would work ever.
Ermitteln Sie eine Schusslösung. Ermitteln Sie eine Schusslösung.
Yeah, good luck with that, right?
Rohr 4 bewässern.
Rohr 4 bewässert.
Yeah, in Paradox games only the host can do time compression. It doesn't matter. Because when you time compress, all of that data has to time compress as well. And you gotta send that to someone else. Like, there's desyncs all over the place when that happens.
Wir wurden von Eslik geortet.
Keine Panik. Konzentriert euch auf eure Aufgaben. Los! Schleichfahrt. Ruheboot. Auf Blaulicht schalten.
I'm not sure if this is... There's no check mark. I'm not sure if this is gonna be a dud or not. It's gonna be a dud. Okay, Here's what I have a problem with, dude. Look at this guy. Why aren't you doing torpedoes?
Herr Kaloy. Erledigt, Herr Kaloy.
This is not good.
10 Sekunden bis Einschlag. Ermitteln Sie eine Schusslösung. Ermitteln Sie eine Schusslösung. Fehlschuss. Fünf bewässert. 5 bewässert. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
There's no way. I'm so fucked right now.
Los! 40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. 20 Sekunden. Auf maximale sichere Tiefe gehen. Torpedo
Dud.
versagen.
Yeah. Too close.
Wasserraum sehr nah. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Bleibt wachsam, aber keine Panik. Machen das so. 250 Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Schraubengeräusche direkt über uns. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
This guy's being annoying.
Kurs setzen. Keine Panik. Konzentriert euch auf Wahlaufgaben. Peilung 200 Grad. Schraubengeräusche direkt über uns. Schraubengeräusche. Peilung 250 Grad. Kleine Fahrt voraus. Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung 120 Grad. Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Peilung 255 Grad. Schraubengeräusche. Großer Peilung 205 Grad. Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung auf Seehochtiefe. Grad. Kommandant, wir sind auf Periskoptiefe. Bereit für einen Umblick. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Kaloy, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Alarm beenden.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloy.
Schleich beenden. Normale Beleuchtung einschalten. Elektrokompass einschalten.
Rohr 1 geladen. Rohr 4 geladen.
Folgen Sie mir!
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Telegramm gesendet.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Let's hope that helps with the stress. Because these guys are stressed the fuck out.
Ich bin sehr müde.
Very slowly.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Auf Seerohrtiefe. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe.
I mean, let's be honest, what we just did wasn't exactly
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Melde mich zum Dienst.
Torpedo 4 gewartet.
stress-free, right?
Anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Herr Kaloy, wir sind aufgetaucht. Elektrokompressor ein. Kurs setzen. Auf Seerohrtiefe. Auf E-Motoren wechseln. Schraubengeräusche. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 150 Grad.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundumblick eingesteuert.
Kurs setzen.
Schraubengeräusche. Kleiner Konvoi. Peilung 30 Grad.
Kurs setzen.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
Kurs setzen.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
Ventilation einschalten.
Torpedorohr 2 gewartet. Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
Konvoi in Sicht. Peilung 15 Grad. Alarm! Auf Gefechtsstation.
Los geht's, Männer. Lasst uns einige Schiffe versenken.
Ja? Bestätige. Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloy.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Ermittelt Sie eine Schusslösung. Rohr 2 bewässern.
Rohr 2 bewässert. Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
Los! Ermitteln Sie eine Schusslösung. Ermitteln Sie eine Schusslösung. Treffer! Feuer an Deck! Schwere Schäden. Rohr 1 bewässern.
Rohr 1 bewässert. Herr Kaloin, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Rohr 1 bewässern.
Rohr 1 bewässert.
Los! Höhenbruch, Sie
Gut
sinken.
gemacht.
Der Torpedo ist auf halbem Weg.
Should be good, right?
Kurs setzen. Auf Blaulicht schalten. Schleichfahrt. Ruhe im Boot.
Oh!
Fehlschuss. Kurs setzen. Rohr 3 bewässern. Rohr 3 bewässert. Los! Der Torpedo ist auf halbem Weg. Treffer. Feuer an Deck. Schwere Schäden. Ermitteln Sie eine Schusslösung. Ermitteln Sie eine Schusslösung. Kurs setzen. Rohr 4 bewässern.
Rohr 4 bewässert.
Los! Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Oh.
Fehlschuss.
Resort the shot.
Auf maximale sichere Tiefe
Oh
gehen.
crap. It's only 10 meters here. That's not good.
25 Meter. 45 Meter. 10 Meter. 30 Meter. Anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Bye.
Alarm beenden.
GG. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not entirely sure what to upgrade first. No real idea. Yeah, no, I'd already have the torpedo. I just need 3-3. Hydrophone needs an upgrade, but I'm gonna take the decoys first. Costs a lot though. Who cares? What do I need? An engineer. I'm sending everyone on a holiday as well, so.
Herr Kommandant, dies könnten Ihre neuen Besatzungsmitglieder sein. Möchten Sie Ihre Akten einsehen? Was benötigen Sie, Herr Offizier? Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
Sind alle sehr stolz auf die Versenkung der Royal Oak, Herr Kommandant. Sie war das Juwel der Royal Navy. Das ist eine unglaubliche Leistung. Alles
Never mind.
Gute, Herr Kommandant. Und möge Ihr nächster Einsatz ein Erfolg werden.
Herr Kommandant, dies könnten Ihre neuen Besatzungsmitglieder sein. Möchten Sie Ihre Akten einsehen?
Alle sehr stolz auf dies sind Einsatzbefehle vom BDU. Streng geheim.
Was benötigen Sie, Herr Offizier? Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
What do you want? How many? 7, right?
Große Fahrt voraus. Herr Kapitän?
What?
Kurs setzen.
That's gonna be rough.
Torpedorohr 5 gewartet.
Handelsschiff. 100. Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Bootführer und Umblick eingesteuert.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung 305 Grad. U-Boot 300 Grad.
Anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Wir sind aufgetaucht.
Alarm! Auf Gefechtsstation! Auf Gefechtsstation! Anlauf beginnt!
What research window? Oh, headquarters. And then you click on this thing.
Alarm beenden.
Why do I still? Okay, that was weird.
Torpedorohr 5 gewartet.
Menu, headquarters.
Uns wurde von einem verbündeten Boot ein mögliches Ziel in unserer Nähe gemeldet. Uns wurde von einem verbündeten Boot ein mögliches Ziel in unserer Nähe gemeldet.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Bootführer und Umblick eingesteuert.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung 40 Grad.
Torpedorohr 5 gewartet.
Schraubengeräusche. Kleiner Konvoi. Peilung Grad. Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung 335 Grad. Schraubengeräusche. Kriegsschiffe. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 355 Grad. Schraubengeräusche. Kriegsschiffe. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 5 Grad.
Really?
Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung 45 Grad. Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung 55 Grad. Schraubengeräusche. Kriegsschiffe. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 50 Grad. Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung
Torpedorohr
55
5
Grad.
gewartet.
Schraubengeräusche. Kriegsschiffe. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 55 Grad. Schraubengeräusche. Kriegsschiffe. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 55 Grad. Schraubengeräusche. Kleiner Konvoi. Peilung 15 Grad. Schraubengeräusche. Kriegsschiffe. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 55 Grad.
Feindliche Kriegsschiffe in Sicht. Peilung 30
Bruh.
Kriegsschiffe.
Auf
Kleine Gruppe.
Gefechtsstation.
Peilung
Als
75
eingespielte
Grad.
Mannschaft werden wir dem Feind zeigen, wozu ein U-Boot in der Lage ist.
Yeah, the Type 2 is a lot harder than the Type 7. Manpower alone is just rough.
Alarm beenden. Ventilation einschalten.
Get some mods if you want them. Most of them should still work.
Schraubengeräusche. Kleiner Konvoi. Peilung 165 Grad.
The patches weren't that
Schiffe in Sicht. Peilung 105 Grad.
Alarm! Auf Gefechtsstation!
they're not Bethesda. I'll put it that way.
Lasst uns einige Schiffe versenken.
Auf maximale sichere Tiefe gehen.
10 meters. That's literally 1 meter more.
Schraubengeräusche. Kriegsschiffe. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 140 Grad. 35 Meter. 50
Immediately back to
Meter.
10.
Schraubengeräusche. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 150 Grad.
Bruh.
Schraubengeräusche. Kleine Gruppe.
I hate this mission.
Peilung
I
150
have to go
Grad.
back after this. I might just go all the way around, dude. Might be safer.
Grad.
Fuck my life.
Peilung 350 Grad. Schraubengeräusch. Peilung 315 Grad. Schraubengeräusche. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 325 Grad.
Aktuelle Tiefe 35
Alarm beenden.
Meter. 15 Meter.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Bootführer und Umblick eingesteuert.
Schraubengeräusche. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 195 Grad.
Kinda wanna do something dumb.
Anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Herr Kaloy, wir sind aufgetaucht. Funktelegramm gesendet.
It's terrible weather. It's night. Go, go, go.
Auf Seerohrtiefe. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Bootführer und Umblick eingesteuert.
Herr Kaloi, wir befinden uns in flachen Gewässern.
Schraubengeräusche, Kriegsschiffe, kleine Gruppe. Peilung 85 Grad.
Feindliche Kriegsschiffe in Sicht. 90 Grad.
Schraubengeräusche, Kriegsschiffe,
Auf
kleine Gruppe.
Gefechtsstation.
Peilung
Auf
350 Grad.
Gefechtsstationen. Anlauf beginnt.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Herr Kaloin, wir haben unsere Position erreicht. Rohr 1 geladen.
Kurs auf diese Alarm beenden.
Rohr 2
Schraubengeräusche,
geladen.
Kriegsschiffe, kleine Gruppe. Peilung 165 Grad.
Kurs setzen. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Okay, back to this fucking channel. At least it's night now.
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
Rohr 1 geladen. Rohr 2 geladen. Rohr 3 geladen.
Schraubengeräusch, Kriegsschiff, Peilung 145 Grad.
Can't see shit.
Rohr 4 geladen. Torpedorohr 2 gewartet. Torpedorohr 3 gewartet. Torpedorohr 4 gewartet. Torpedorohr 5 gewartet.
Anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Before I forget again. You have so much more fuel in a Type 7 as well, dude. The Type 2 is just garbage, honestly. In comparison.
Großartig, Herr Kommandant. Das war eine gelungene Unternehmung.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
Let me grab a drink. Fucking dying, dude. It's 35 degrees right now. Oh, thank God for having a fridge next to the door in my bedroom.
Eines unserer U-Boote hat soeben ein mögliches Ziel innerhalb unserer Reichweite gemeldet.
Nice. This is why I like night. I just sailed right through on the surface, I might add.
Auf Seerohrtiefe. Kurs setzen.
Subscribe to him and then turn them on in the launcher.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Motor und Umblick eingesteuert.
Auf E-Motoren.
I would say like a Paradox game, but yeah.
Schraubengeräusch. Peilung 70 Grad. Schraubengeräusch. Peilung 75 Grad. Anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Again, before I forget.
Elektrokompressor einschalten. Herr Kaloi, wir sind aufgetaucht. Auf Seerohrtiefe. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Eingesteuert.
Anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Elektrokompressor einschalten.
Yeah, they'll all be outdated. There was like literally a patch 2 hours ago. But most of those mods should work
Uns wurde von einem verbündeten Boot
since the last few patches. Well, if it's from after release, obviously.
Auf Seerohrtiefe. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Aktuelle Tiefe 10 Meter. Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Bootführer und Umblick eingesteuert.
Anblasen.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Elektrokompressor einschalten.
I would say so. Yes, the Type 2 is garbage. Well, it's not garbage, but it's a lot harder to play than the Type 7. You have less crew, less fuel, less everything. Like you're smaller, you don't have the 88. Not that you really need the 88. The fuel alone is terrible though. Like you all barely have fuel.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Why is he idle? Whatever.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Bootführer und Umblick eingesteuert.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
There's never a ship here, man. It's like every time I check, it's always empty.
Herr Kaloin, wir befinden uns in flachen Gewässern.
Shit port. I don't think it even matters that we tag the AA. When you do the mission, obviously it matters. Or nada.
Kurs setzen.
Let's go this way.
Schnellboot 190 Grad.
Alarm! Auf Gefechtsstation! Als eingespielte Mannschaft werden wir dem Feind zeigen, wozu ein U-Boot in der Lage ist.
What? Okay.
Alarm beenden.
What? That's weird.
Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Herr Kaloy, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Elektrokompressor einschalten.
It's saying context.
Auf
I'm so
Seerohrtiefe.
confused.
Auf
Oh.
E-Motoren wechseln.
Schraubengeräusche, Kriegsschiffe, kleine Gruppe, Peilung 175 Grad.
I see.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundumblick eingesteuert. Schraubengeräusche, Kriegsschiffe, kleine Gruppe, Peilung 110 Grad.
Those are motorboats, right? They're going so fucking fast.
Kriegsschiffe, kleine Gruppe, Peilung 95 Grad.
Ja?
You're in the fucking tower.
Auf Gefechtsstation. Los geht's, Männer. Lasst uns einige Schiffe versenken.
Is this guy fucking with me now? Get your ass on the periscope, bitch.
Bestätige.
Useless.
Kurs setzen.
Bestätige.
It's gonna be like 45 to...
Schnellboot. 30 Grad.
You say so. I think they're all motorboats. Because they're going really slow. Maybe not.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
Oh no, that's a convoy, boys.
Torpedorohr 4.
Otherwise, we wouldn't be doing this.
Torpedorohr 5 gewartet. Torpedorohr 2
Can't fucking see
gewartet.
shit. Terrible weather.
35 Grad. Schnellboot 35 Grad.
I can't see a damn thing. Oh.
Schnellboot. 35 Grad.
They're all fast as
Schnellboot. 40 Grad.
It's not. Oh, it is a convoy, just not the one I was hoping for.
Alle Maschinen. Stopp. Halbe Fahrt voraus. Kurs setzen. Anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Herr Kaloy, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Zielposition erreicht.
Elektrokompressor.
They should do that automatically. Trust me, that's that they don't.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
Schraubengeräusche, Kriegsschiffe, kleine Gruppe, Peilung 230 Grad. Schraubengeräusche, Kriegsschiffe, kleine Gruppe, Herr Peilung Kaloin, 220
Eingehendes
Grad.
Funktelegramm.
Herr Kaloy, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
That doesn't help.
Kurs setzen. Anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Uns wurde von einem verbündeten Boot ein mögliches Ziel in unserer Nähe gemeldet. Kaloy, wir sind aufgetaucht. Elektrokompressor einschalten. setzen.
See if we get intercepted.
Kurs setzen.
Eine Pause wäre jetzt angebracht.
Auf Seerohrtiefe. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Herr Kaloin, wir
I forgot the alarm.
Seerotiefe. Boot für
Ich bin
Rundblick
sehr müde.
eingesteuert. Herr Kaloin, wir haben unsere Position erreicht.
Anblasen.
Meter.
Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Elektrokompressor einschalten. Herr Kaloy, wir sind aufgetaucht. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Ich bin sehr müde. Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Melde mich zum Dienst.
Kurs setzen.
Ah, fuck.
Ich bin Ihr Verbindungsoffizier um die Dies sind aktuelle Einsatzbefehle vom BDU. Streng geheim.
Bruh. Really?
Was benötigen Sie, Herr Offizier? Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an. Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
Oh, this takes forever.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen. Rohr 2 geladen. Rohr 3 geladen. Rohr 4 geladen.
Was benötigen Sie, Herr Offizier? Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
Oh no.
Was benötigen Sie, Herr Offizier? Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
Need fuel.
Kurs setzen.
Wonderful.
Äußerste Kraft voraus.
Handelsschiff. 130 Grad. U-Boot.
Fast as possible. Go, go, go. Just...
Uns wurde von einem verbündeten
No.
Boot ein mögliches Ziel in unserer Nähe gemeldet.
It's dark, so that's good.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Torpedorohr 5 gewartet.
Funktelegramm gesendet. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Herr Kaloil, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Schraubengeräusche. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 210 Grad. Schraubengeräusche. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 0 Grad. Auf Gefechtsstation. Schraubengeräusch. Peilung 45 Grad. Schraubengeräusche. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 10 Grad. Schraubengeräusche. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 50 Grad. Alarm! Auf Gefechtsstation. Schraubengeräusch. Peilung. Feindliche Kriegsschiffe in Sicht. Peilung 55 Grad. Peilung 25
Alarm
Grad.
beenden.
Schraubengeräusch. Peilung
Herr Kaloin,
50 Grad.
eingehendes Funktelegramm.
Feindliche Kriegsschiffe in Sicht. Peilung
Bleibt ruhig
335
und
Grad.
konzentriert, Männer. Wir schaffen das.
Wir schaffen das.
Kleine Gruppe.
Oh my god,
Peilung
stop fucking...
65 Grad. Schraubengeräusche. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung
Schraubengeräusche.
65 Grad.
Kriegsschiffe. Kleine Gruppe.
Alarm!
Peilung 20
Auf
Grad.
Gefechtsstation.
Schraubengeräusche. Kriegsschiffe. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 135 Grad. Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung
Kommandant, wir
60
wurden
Grad.
entdeckt.
Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung 205 Grad. Schraubengeräusche. Kriegsschiffe. Peilung 30 Grad. Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Schraubengeräusche. Kriegsschiffe. Peilung
Kommandant, feindliche Schiffe geben Alarm.
Schraubengeräusche. Kriegsschiffe.
Feindliche Kriegsschiffe in Sichtung. Peilung.
Los geht's, Männer. Lasst uns einige Schiffe versenken.
Uh-oh.
Auf maximale sichere Tiefe gehen.
Wait, what the... You see the crew?
Schleichfahrt.
Damn it, no.
200. Lass uns ruhig bleiben.
I forgot to... It literally bounced off me, dude.
Sehr nah. Sehr nah.
Schadensbericht.
Der Chor ist nicht einsatzbereit.
Aktuelle Tiefe 10 Meter.
Torpedorohre repariert.
So fuck. Alright. Do that again tomorrow. I'll play something else. I'm gonna have to go all the way over to the north, man. Going through the English Channel is just suicide. Especially during the day. Bruh. It's so fucking hot. I'm getting so annoyed by just temperature alone, dude. 36 fucking degrees. It's still like, it's 7 p.m. It's still 32 outside. Yeah, have fun with that.
What is your hurry?
Gotta get a couple of characters level 70. I've got like one more week for this time runner shit.
Patience. Patience.
Speak up.
I should do some dungeons. Let's quickly. Hopefully we get a good group on that runs through everything, preferably that I can just run behind. Those are the best levels. Oh. For crying out loud. What the hell, bro? It's fucking me over. This guy just died? Oh. Ah, fuck. This is not gonna go well, I can already tell. Yeah. Bunch of imbeciles. Oh my god, 30-minute wait. Well, I'd rather have a 30-minute wait than that group though. Fuck. That's terrible.
I need a target.
So fucking old, bro. I'm so... I know I'm being quiet as well, it's just... Kinda dying. The fan is not helping.
So Alex starts getting.
I might play a little Trackmania actually at some point.
Slow down.
Installed it again. Haven't played that shit in years. It's gonna be horrendous. I already know.
White Tiger, watch over.
Okay, I'm gonna take a break. Get out of this room. 5 minutes. So give me a few. Fucking sauna. Got my phone. 5 minutes from now. Fucking hell, it should be illegal to be this hot, bro. Jesus. Scusi. Bro, I don't know. I don't know why, dude. I'm just like kinda. I've been out of it. I've been really out of it. Pretty sure because of the heat. Obviously. You know what? Fuck it. Where's the Eden? I don't know what any of this is. What is this? Oh my god, what the fuck is this? Dude, what is this fucking car? Oh my god. Oh my god. I fucking adjusted. If I didn't, I might have made it. Ah, no. No, I hit it. No, I knew it. Son of a cunt. Shit. Shit. No, I hit the inside. Yo, Dodo, what's up? Oh, this is a good one. No! Bro, I was 1.5 seconds faster. Fuck my life. This is the first map, bro. It's been that long. I can't. Well, it's the first map of this season, whatever, right? The campaign thing. I can't remember how to play this game, bro. Not really. I mean, I have it. Might as well play it, right? I'm not sub though. I don't have the club access or whatever the fuck. I don't even know what that is. I can't remember. Fuck. I slowed down so much. Damn. How do I see? Can I see like the slope? I want to see how the top 500 does it. Hey, there we go. That's what I wanted. Let's go. Top 250, baby. In Antwerp. Which is terrible. Right? Shh. Oh, it's grass. It slows down like crazy. Oh, and ice. I hate ice. No. No. Shit. Oh, well, Joe hasn't subbed. Yet. He has this game, right? Didn't we play it with him? Ah. It's like, I want to see what the top 10 does in this. I don't know how to see that though. Like change opponents, more opponents, then there's nothing. I don't get it. Woohoo! Okay, that is some. Oh wow. Okay, it's just randoms. Shit! I even missed the checkpoints. Ah. No, I fucked up. Shit. I was trying to cut down on airtime, but that didn't work out. Not quite. Let's go. 3 seconds. Holy fuck, how did I do that? Oh, immediately. Nice. Alright. I'll take it. Don't know how I did it, but I'll take it. I think you wrote that wrong though, Dodo. It's Jew should get this game. Jew. Not Joe, Jew. Jew should get this game. It's not because you live on an island, you have to play like you live on an island. Yo. That's fucking Sonic, this song. It's literally Sonic. What stage is this? That was literally Sonic, dude. 100%. Oh, I muted it. What? Changed. I swear to God, that was Sonic, dude. Oh, I fucking did it now. Oh no. Why do I still have music? Oh, I hate this map already. I'm not good on grass. Where am I going? Oh my god, bro. Can't see shit. Ugh. Not anytime soon. You see how I'm driving? That doesn't matter. It's how I'm driving, not how everyone else is driving. I don't give a shit about anyone else. I should let go on the gas there. Some on the floor faster. Accelerate more. Same there. That was way too. I was in the air way too fucking long. Fuck! Damn it, that was equally bad. Gold is not good enough. Look at the difference. Ridiculous. Too high. Words I don't normally say. Let off the gas, no. Not perfect at all. Oh damn, how did I do that? And then I fucked it up. No. I fucked up. I think I just need to send it. do that, man? I have no fucking idea. How did I do that, dude? I have no fucking idea. I still didn't give me the damn middle. Fuck off. Oh no. Douche. I'm not gonna lie, this looks very cooling right now. Holy fuck. See, there's like finally. There's like certain places where I can win some fight, some time. Confusing. That's terrible. Way late. Although, shit. Oh, I hate these ones. Shit. And that's why. Where am I going? No idea what that meant. Yep. What up? Nobody yelled, but I heard something. I don't like these maps. Nice. Those were the easy ones. Slowly creeping forward. Blah blah blah. Bro, that's dirty. I'm not sure if you noticed, but I fucking noticed. That's so dirty. You can, like, essentially ignore the first bump if you just go high enough. Flattens out. It off a little too much. Oh, come on. Can't hit the fucking wall though. Definitely creeping forward. Jesus. Whoa! No, and then of course because of I almost... I gained some places there, or some time. You gotta find a good route through that fucking corner. no, 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 no! I really feel like there's a line through there, dude. Oh, I hate this fucking... No! Oh, what a waste! I could have been like 0.5 faster. Give me a few minutes. Oh my god. Why can't I not see anyone else? I hate this. Show me the rest for fuck's sake. Why is this not loading though? I'm confused, bro. What? Oh wow, you need club access apparently? The fuck? That's dumb. Here, that's annoying. No, I'll play that off stream. I just gotta level a couple characters to 70 anyway. It's kind of boring for watching. Okay. I still love him. Oh, that's ice, bro. Rude. Bad bounce. Indeed. One of the songs in this game is like a straight rip-off from Sonic. Like it was almost 1-1. And then obviously I had to. How you doing, Nitruchi? Oh my god, bro. I hate it. Nice backflip. Cool. I'm gonna be honest, I hate this map. This guy get a boost? I can, like, hear it. This guy's me, so where'd I get the boost from? Oh, okay, I see it now. Hey, let's go. Come on, be enough. It's not enough. On this map. Next. is hot trash. That's why. Come on. Bruh. I hate this car. It sucks. The moment you turn, it goes onto two wheels and you lose all your speed. Very annoying. How? Oh, come. Bruh. Who thought this car was a decent design? Fire this imbecile, please. It's probably a Frenchie. They're all retarded. It's like, just look at the Olympics. Oh, let's have the Olympics in France, oui? And then we can have all the swimmers swim through the feces-infested river. That'd be great! Like, why put a clown car in a fucking racing game? What is this shit, dude? Next. Too much. No, motherfucking cunt, bitch. Getting a little much. Last fucking corner. I was like 5-6 seconds ahead. I fucked that up so badly. Mirror of smoke, that's how bad I fucked it up. Is it hot enough for you? I need more wind, bro. There's like no wind. Zero wind. I would really like more than zero wind. I'm fucking melting. I swear. Bro, they need to make a Rising Impact golf game. I swear to God. I'd play the shit out of that, I'm not gonna lie. If it's decent, obviously, right? I love the anime. I'm kind of bored. Like, Trackmania is fun and all, but meh. Oh no, I know. Why the fuck did I not play this? Yeah, let's play something else. I was kind of waiting for the new patch to come out. That's why. Yeah, maybe not this. I launched Manor Lords, but I'm like, the new patch is gonna put that on Unreal 5, right? It's like, I'm kind of waiting for that. Because it's like, I mean, you know, it's Unreal 5. I don't know, bro. It's been one of those weeks where I'm like meh on everything. Oh my god, I finally said okay. That's great. We'll have to pay the money back. Fuckers. I don't know what to do, guys. Besides melt. Nope. Freaking sticky, dude. I fucking hate it so much. Oh my god. I'm sorry complaining. I know. We are not used to 35 plus. It's 37 degrees in my room right now. Holy fuck. Can I get some fucking wind, please? This is madness. I already know. I'm gonna sleep like exactly 0 minutes tonight. It's gonna be way too fucking hot. Fuck my life. I really don't know what to do. The War Within needs to come out. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna start the grind back up. Grind fist. And then we'll just put some shit back on the I wanna see this. Half in the bag.
Half in the bag. Whatever you expected it was going to be, it just completely blew you away on every level.
Yeah. Doubtful.
Huh. Now that Bob Newhart died, I wonder if this VHS tape has gone up in value. Maybe I'll send it off to that VHS grading company and... oh. Well, I guess without anyone to artificially inflate the value of this, it's just junk. Speaking of junk, have you seen Borderlands?
Well, destiny awaits.
Legend has it that there's this massive treasure hidden in some secret vault.
Finally!
The elusive, congealed form of human embarrassment has been captured on film in the movie Borderlands by filmmaker Eli Roth. Or is this a Zack Snyder movie? I don't know who made this. Elderly comedian Kate Blanchett stars as Lilith in this video game adaptation made by Sony Pictures. Or
Lilith's like
was
25
it
or something.
Lionsgate? Wait,
She don't look
aren't all
25 to me.
Lionsgate movies straight to Redbox?
Isn't she like 60?
Is Redbox still in business? The movie also stars midget billionaire comedian Kevin Hart as Shooting Guns Man. A large man stars as Punch Things Man. A girl throws bombs as Throwing Bombs Kid. And Jack Black stars as annoying movie sidekick robot that's so annoying I saw Jar Jar Binks walk out of the theater. An elderly poop yogurt saleswoman, Jamie Lynn Curtis, is also in the film as elderly poop yogurt saleswoman scientist exposition grandma, who has a difficult time killing Michael Myers, but can't seem to kill her own career. This movie was long and no one showed up to it.
How long was it? I never looked at the running time. I mean, it felt like it was 3 hours.
It was an hour 42.
Okay. It definitely felt like one of those movies where they just were like ripping stuff out to get it down to a manageable time and dump it.
Yes, maybe, but the first thing to mention is that the I don't know if you call it drama or controversy with it was that Craig Mazin.
Oh yeah, he wrote the original script for it.
Chernobyl and
Last of Us,
Last
right?
of Us,
Yeah.
yes. He wrote the script for this, and then Eli Roth came in and said, no, it's too good. Let me ruin it. And then Craig Mazin said, I don't want my name on this. So there's an alias.
Oh, I know they don't use Alan Smithy anymore.
No,
but
it's like James.
what's the new? Is there a new Alan
Yeah, there
Smithy?
is. Joe Crombie. That's a really great. Joe Crombie is as the writer with 0 writing credits but Borderlands, and then in the facts it says Joe Crombie is an alias for Craig Mazin.
Why even do aliases anymore when everybody, like back in the 70s, 80s, you do Alan Smithy, nobody knows. But with the internet, what it is now, it's not even worth it. Just publicly trash the movie and move on, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, if you type in his Craig Mazin's, IMDb, it won't show up on it. So unless you're in the know or you really care,
I guess
you'd be like, oh, that, So it's like.
Is he co-credited with Eli Roth? Because I think Eli Roth has a writing credit, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Eli Roth is the main screenwriter, and then with Eli Roth and Joe Crombie.
Okay.
They're gonna love seeing Kate Blanchett fighting psychos. They're gonna love seeing Kevin Hart kick ass in a way you've never seen before.
Well, this is why we saw this movie, because it sounded like a dumpster fire. And there's other movies like earlier this year, Madam Web came out that is we skipped that. We skip a lot of these types of movies now because they all look so generically bad. And this one, right out of the gate, started with a 0% Rotten Tomatoes. 0%. So we're like, oh, our junk ears perked up.
Yeah.
So we're like, hey, we haven't seen a terrible, terrible studio movie in a while.
Right.
Let's check it out for fun.
Right. Things like Madam Web, I kind of it's like I kind of know exactly what's gonna happen or what's wrong with it.
Yeah, but there is kind of an ironic audience for those. People kind of had fun making fun of Madam Web. And there's things that people have joked about, like the bad ADR and stuff. So there's movies like that, or those Venom movies. People seem to genuinely enjoy how stupid those are. And this movie came out with barely any publicity. It's just sort of dumped in theaters, very little build up, very little any sort of promotion for it. It's oh, I guess that movie's out now.
Well, we saw this trailer like a long time ago, and it looked like a Guardians of the Galaxy ripoff.
Yeah.
And then it was oh, and then I forgot all about it. It came out, and then it tanked miserably review-wise, and I didn't quite have the handle on what could be wrong with it.
Other than it looking like a Guardians of the Galaxy ripoff.
I'm assuming it's going to be loud and dumb and unfunny, but I was like, it can't be that bad, 0%, from, then it went up to 4%.
It's at 7
yeah,
now.
It's
still below Madam Web.
A couple of reviewers just well, It's something to watch. That's like the best review. So I'm like I've a video game movie adaptation used to be sort of like a joke.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the Super Mario Brothers movie, the Mortal Kombat movie, like those movies back then, they were just like super junk. But they've sort of been elevated recently with like Last of Us and Fallout.
Yeah.
And,
or even the new Super Mario Brothers movie, which
Elevated.
obviously we're
Fallout
not the target
was a
audience for
fucking
it.
joke.
Right. They're sort of like...
But it was a faithful adaptation.
Rewrote the
of
fucking
game,
canon.
as opposed to like the earlier movies.
Fuck off.
Yeah, the plots for regular movies have gone down so much that movies based on video game plots have like surpassed them.
Yeah. Well, and then you have stuff like Last of Us, which is genuinely like well written, or the Fallout show, which I haven't watched.
I've watched it.
Is that a decent comparison to this movie as far as like action comedy? I know that show's very violent, right?
It's similar in tone and setting. It's like, junk everywhere. It's like post-apocalyptic.
Right.
It's not space, it's just on Earth, and the people come from a fall. There's different people in different living situations, and Fallout shelter people, and blah, blah, blah. But that's obviously much more well done. It's not so much funny as it is just well done.
Okay.
But yes, before everyone gets mad and say I, besmirch video games, I know video games they've evolved from, making a Super Mario Brothers movie or a Mortal Kombat movie. Back when video games were just like very simple.
Oh, sure.
I know now that they
we're
are
just gonna
very
follow that
long,
guy. He's level 70.
complex, well-written, big stories, almost to where it's like, hey,
well, that's
why they can translate into good movies.
Yeah, well, as some people would argue, that's why they're not worth translating, because something like, the Last of Us show is done really well, but the game is basically a visual, like you click a button and it's like, I'm sad now, boop, and then like a whole cutscene happens, and it goes on for 20 minutes and you're just watching it. So there's games like that too.
Yeah.
But this Borderlands game, I don't know much about it. So we were watching this just as a movie because I don't know anything about the game. I know the game, from what I've heard, this is like a movie that should have been made like 10 years ago. So it's an older game in the scheme of like recent popular video games in that sort of world. And I guess it was shot.
I just checked to install Borderlands 3. It's 140 gigs. I was like, no.
It was shot before Eli Roth
Never
made
mind.
Thanksgiving, which already came out like a year ago. So I guess the story is they made this movie. He rewrote Craig Mazin's script. They shot the movie, and then right after that, Eli Roth left to go make Thanksgiving, which is more like in his wheelhouse. So I wonder if it was like he had a horrible experience making this. It's like, fuck, I just want to go make a simple, cheapo schlock horror film.
I don't know.
To cleanse the palate.
What was the post-production delay?
I don't know the details of that. I don't know if there are any details of that. I know there were some reshoots that I don't think Eli Roth was involved with. I did notice throughout the movie there was lots of points where there's dialogue that's being said by characters that are off camera, or when you're seeing the back of their head, which is always a sign
can't even
of
run
like
fast enough to keep up with
reshoots,
these guys.
reworking the script. I believe this was originally supposed to be R-rated. I believe that was, at the very least, that was the original script. I don't know if it was shot to be an R-rated movie, but it definitely has that feel in the final version. Like the editing feels sort of like clunky and awkward in parts. So I think it's sort of like a hodgepodge of one of those classic examples of Tiffany Cooks in the kitchen, that type of movie.
I wanted a movie that you just feel great at the end of it.
I have no idea what's going on.
Bring it, uglies.
I can't remember
Well,
any of these
tell me
fucking
about your
judges,
friend
dude.
Eli Roth.
Oh, he makes embarrassing schlock that I sometimes enjoy.
Is he a typical example of failing upwards?
Well, he befriended Quentin Tarantino, so I think that helped him out a lot.
At what point? After Cabin Fever?
Yeah, I think around the time he made Cabin Fever, he made the Hostel movies, which Tarantino produced.
Okay.
So pretty early on, after Cabin Fever kind of was like a popular film fest movie. He befriended people like Peter Jackson and Quentin Tarantino, and Tarantino of course put him in stuff as an actor. He's in like Inglourious Bastards.
Yeah.
So there's that. He did make, and this movie has Jack Black and Cate Blanchett in it. He made a few years ago.
House with the Clock in Its Walls.
House with the Clock in Its Walls, which was kind of like one of those like young adults fantasy Harry Potter-ish type
It's a big
properties.
flop.
Was it a flop?
Yes.
Are you just guessing?
I'm rolling the dice.
Okay.
That it got bad reviews and it was a flop.
No, I think it got decent reviews. I saw it. It wasn't bad.
Why did you see it?
It's a thing to watch. I don't know.
You got a thing for watches?
I just saw it. I don't remember why. It was on TV or something. But yeah, so he did that, which was different than all of his earlier, like, gory, hostile movies.
But yeah, I was gonna say he has a weird resume, because that's like a YA thing, and then the Death Wish remake, which clearly was a flop.
That was a flop. That was like one of the last things Bruce Willis did before he started doing all the like Redbox movies.
Right. Thanksgiving I enjoyed. I thought that was a cleverer take on a holiday horror picture.
That's probably his best film.
We did a review on that.
Yeah, we talked about it.
Yeah, and I was like, yes, and then you have to have the parade. Yet, like, whenever we watch a Best of the Worst movie, I'm like, no,
They're
you're
missing
doing it wrong.
everything.
You're doing it wrong. You don't end up in the woods walking around. And, you got to have the Thanksgiving Day parade. I know you don't have the budget for it, but that's how it has to end. And then you have to have the turkey, and the turkey has a bomb in it.
You have to cook someone like a turkey.
It was all like
he hit all the beats.
All the beats. And then, of course, like his list as a producer, which is crazy. He produced the Haunted Museum show with Zach Bagans, which is just downright awful. Because Zach Bagans tells about an item in his haunted museum, and then he's like, and here's a short film produced by legendary horror filmmaker Eli Roth about this haunted fucking object. And then it goes into like this like short film, which seems like a student made it, and it's like not about the specific object. It's like just like a story inspired by it. It's not like the backstory of that particular object. It's like a haunted doll, right? Well, here's a different story about a different
this takes
haunted
forever,
doll.
dude.
It's fictional, and we don't have to pay the rights for real people involved in it. And this sucked. But then he also produced a couple other programs, My Possessed Pet, and A Ghost Ruined My Life.
Which is the best title for a TV show of all time.
Discovery Channel.
Filler, it's called. All those shows are called filler.
Yeah.
Things to put on during the middle of the afternoon.
So if there's one thing his friend Quentin Tarantino taught him is slap your name on something and you get a check.
I suppose, yeah.
So yeah, that's.
But he's kind of had the career of, like, speaking of Guardians of the Galaxy, like pre-Guardians of the Galaxy James Gunn, where he kind of just was involved with lots of different things. Like he wrote the Scooby-Doo movies.
Yeah.
He did like web series, until he got like, his kind of studio break with Guardians, and that of course sent him off to do everything he's doing now. So I don't know if maybe this Borderlands movie was like Eli Roth's attempt to break into a different type of studio movie, and it just didn't work out. The production was a disaster, so then he immediately ran back to making a cheapo schlock slasher film because that's what he actually enjoys. I don't know.
Yeah, could be.
Because it doesn't seem like anyone involved with this movie cared. It's one of those movies. I know it's like a cliche at this point to say something feels like it was like AI generated, but if any movie has ever felt like something cobbled together by AI, it's this. Every like tired cliche, every tired type of like character, like archetype, they're all in there in one of those, the worst type of plot, which is we have to go to the place to get the thing. The Rise of Skywalker plot. We got the thing, now we have to go to the other place to get the next thing.
Yeah, like...
Maybe that's the plot of the video game, I don't know.
Well, I mean, yeah, I never even heard
And is.
Never even seen anything until the movie came out and I saw some pictures.
Yeah.
We'll talk about casting in a minute.
Oh,
Yeah,
sure.
the video game, so it felt like, yes, here's the scene. Let's move to this location and have an action scene. It did feel like playing the video game in 40 minutes, because like, oh, here's an exposition scene followed by action scene. Whether it's the psychos attack them, they have to go along. The monster comes out of the thing. The Red Guard or whatever they're called come in and attack, and then they go.
You can set your watch by when the action scenes start.
You could.
Now's the point.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Then yeah, pretty standard science fiction-y plot. Ancient race, or Aurelians, something like that, have a vault of ancient wisdom, and everyone tries to unlock it, but you need these keys to do it.
There's an exposition dump, like an opening monologue, opening voiceover by Kate Blanchett to explain everything. But then she continues for like the first, 20, 30 minutes of the movie. She has other
no.
voiceovers, and then it just disappears for the rest of the film. And all those early voiceovers, she's explaining things that we can understand is already happening in the movie, just visually. So it's very like, I don't know if they threw that in there to try and make it make sense, but...
Somebody's decision.
But the vault, okay, we'll start there. What is supposed to be in the vault?
Nothing.
They
That's the
explain it in the
joke.
very opening, and then it's never really mentioned again, other than they want to get to the vault.
In ancient times, a very sophisticated race called Aurelians, Aurelians,
Whatever.
Bill O'Reillyans. They ruled the galaxy. They were, you know, the smartest race in the galaxy, and then they went away. Humans descended from them, or humans evolved, and then they've just been kind of scrapping together their lives by using their leftover technology floating around. That's very Star Trek to me. It's like, oh, an ancient civilization, you know, had this amazing technology and that we're trying to duplicate. It's just like something I've seen a million times before. So it was like second nature to me. I completely understood it.
But my point is, everyone for years, decades, however long it's been, people have been thousands of years, people have been trying to find this vault. And now we're with our characters who are trying to get to the vault.
Yeah.
And it's presented as if there's some sort of stakes to them not getting to the vault.
Yes, there are.
What are the stakes?
The stakes is that Atlas, the man who's the big corporate overlord villain, if he opens up the vaults and gets the technology that's in the vault, he'll build weapons and like conquer the galaxy. But
our characters don't know that.
Yes. They say it in the film. They say if Atlas gets the vault open, he's going to use it to make weapons of mass destruction. They say it in the film.
Did I watch this movie?
Yes, I don't know.
I don't remember any of them.
Imagine the vault. It's the same plot as Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Well, that's what I was thinking. But it feels.
You don't want Hitler to open the Ark has immeasurable power in it, and Hitler will give that to all of his armies all over the world, and we don't want Hitler to open the Ark. That's the plot. Atlas is Hitler. Atlas is the bad guy, and he has an army. He's, you know, the technology, and everyone else is scrapping by. It's a little Star Wars and Star Trek mixed together in a post-apocalyptic science fiction. Blah 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 blah.
Well, much like Atlas, when I watched this, I shrugged.
It checks all the boxes.
And then she has a voiceover in the beginning. She's like, the daughter of Atlas is. I've been hired to go find her. Blah 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 blah. And then it becomes like, then she starts talking about the legend. The legend says you need the key and a true
Aurelian, or whatever the fuck they're called. Yeah.
Aurelian, I don't know, person, relative, daughter of Aurelius. She said daughter, I think.
What's going on?
Is the one who can open the. I'm like, oh, it's her.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and then they go to the brothel that isn't really a brothel, and Gina Gershon is like talking about her mother, and I knew you were special. It's like, oh, well, it's her.
Yeah. Well, also,
why are we even pretending it's not her?
And
by her we mean Kate Blanchett.
Yes, Kate Blanchett.
Spoilers.
Kate Blanchett's in the film.
The main character. That's the big twist revelation of the movie, is that she's the chosen one.
Yes. But also, it's like I know nothing about this game, and I've never played it, and I don't know any of the characters' names or anything. But her name is Lilith, which biblically Lilith is the first woman. She was the wife of Adam, and then Adam got rid of her and got with Eve because Lilith was not worthy of the Garden of Eden or something like that. She was, and then she's also kind of like associated with demons, and is always, and they keep calling her She-Devil, and then she's always depicted with red hair and wings, and I'm like, oh.
Like but she's the protagonist,
her
right?
Her name's Lilith. She's the chosen one who's going to open the gate at the end.
Yeah.
You know, I was like, oh, yeah. It's going to be her. And then the little girl's the red herring.
Yeah.
I also think it's a testament to Eli. I mean, look at the women in this project. You know, you have one badass, strong, tough, cool woman after the other.
So here's the problem with the movie. Let's just get right down to it.
Okay.
It's a fairly okay action movie, I guess. it's not super inventive or clever. There's no fun to it. Like, you know, the James Gunn Guardians movies always have some kind of fun
Bad James.
action scene where he throws in some old 70s pop song and the camera's doing fun things and there's lots of visual gags.
Well, and they're inventive. Fun things happen along the way. Here it's like they get to the place, the psychos they call them, which are like Mad Max villains.
Psychos.
They show up, we have to shoot them now.
Yeah, it's just lots of shooting.
Everything feels so uninspired. That's why I say it
Cyclo,
feels like AI
that's from,
generated, where it's like, it looks like a
fucking Battlefield
poorly
Earth.
directed action.
Yes.
And it's, but, you know, if you're just like want to watch some action movie, like it's on that level, you know, like
it doesn't feel broken the way something like a Madam Web does, I guess.
Right.
Yeah.
But also, I think there was a point in the first like 10 minutes where I was okay with getting up and leaving. I got it. I saw enough. And I kind of knew where it was going. Because the very first scene, one of the, quote, daughters of Atlas, spoiler alert, Atlas is using an ancient drop of Aurelian blood mixed with his own DNA to create cloned offsprings in the attempt of creating a true daughter of Aurelian to help open the vault.
Yes.
So she is not, in fact, his real daughter. She's just one of many clones or fabrications in this space lab that's floating in outer space. But we don't know that in the beginning. Spoiler alert. So the scene opens with Kevin Hart, who's a soldier of someone, and he's there to steal her or rescue her or kidnap her, I don't know what. But they blow the door open and Kevin Hart comes in and it's all done in just like flat close-up shots. And she's like, oh, what's his name? Like Bernard or?
He's Kevin Hart.
Kevin Hart. She's like, Kevin Hart. And he's like, I'm here to save you or take you away, get you out of this prison. Oh, so my father sent his shortest soldier? Now, how do you shoot that, Jay? In close-ups?
Yeah, just two like
how do you
medium
punch that
close-ups.
joke? In close-ups?
Yeah, just stay on this. You don't cut to a wide so you can see Kevin Hart's height, which we haven't seen at this point.
Right.
The only way you know that that's a joke is if you know that Kevin Hart is famously very tiny. But in the context of the movie, we haven't seen anything other than this. The whole movie is this, kind of, except for the action scenes where it's just...
They're all like, they shot all their scenes in Eli Roth's basement on a green screen.
It's Quentin Tarantino's basement.
Oh.
Eli Roth didn't have the space for
He
it.
has a
He
bigger
said, Quentin,
basement.
can I come over this afternoon? I'm making a movie.
Green screen? What the fuck? So, yeah, there were many. I'm trying to. I wish I had a pen and paper. I mean, yes, I know I could take notes on my phone, everyone.
I guess he could have in this movie because there was no one else in the theater.
That's true. There was like 3 people in the theater, so I could have taken out my phone and typed notes in, but I don't like doing that.
Right.
Unless I'm in the top row. That was the time I took out my phone and I was playing solitaire. Because everyone always calls me out on that, saying we hate movie theaters, we hate people looking at their phones, but I only did that when I knew for sure there was no one behind me.
You would not be bothering anyone else during the theatrical screening of Breaking Dawn Part 2.
Yeah,
the Twilight
I don't
movie,
remember what it was, but we were way up high and there was no one behind me. So I would never, and there was a guy in the middle who probably was in the line of sight, so I didn't want to do that. But
even if there's one guy, you don't want to annoy him.
I was trying to take down notes because I'm like, that's a joke there, but you can't shoot it like that. You got to move this around. You got to frame it like this.
Yeah.
Because there were parts that were sort of funny. I think I laughed once, but I think the thing is like, was this a humorous movie? Was it made for children? Because all the Jack Black one-liners were super kiddie related.
Yeah, well, and they were just annoying. It was non-stop. This
weren't
robot
witty.
in the family babbling.
Yes. Keep saying things, keep talking, or no one's laughing.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, yeah, he wasn't a funny sidekick, and maybe he might have made 6 to 8-year-olds laugh.
Bro, he's already annoying in the
Maybe.
game. I can't even imagine on the movie. And then Jack Black of all people.
And it was groan-inducing for adults, but.
And it was just so much. He just never stopped.
Yeah, little kids would find that robot charming and funny, but anyone above 8 probably wouldn't. And then
And I have no idea if that's an accurate portrayal of that character from the video game.
It probably is. Super
I did
fucking
see a
annoying.
quick interview with Eli Roth. I don't know if we want to go into casting.
Yes, because I know what you're going to talk about.
I saw, some interview where he's talking about like, well, he cast for the movie not to be accurate to the video game, because like the character, the Lilith character, is Cate Blanchett in the movie, but I guess the character is like young and hot in the video game, and I think Eli Roth has a thing for gilfs based on this movie. You got Cate Blanchett, Gina Gershon, and Jamie Lee Curtis. Which I'm gonna say,
Jamie Lee Curtis was showing some cleavage.
Yeah, so did Gina Gershon, was showing a ton of cleavage. So he has a thing for gilf tits. I don't know.
You know, that's a lot of very strong women in one production. And Eli's just like, yeah, you know, it's very cool.
I will say, like on paper, I support the idea of like doing something
We
different.
gotta check the
They have a
boxes.
bunch of like mature
So
women in your
cringe.
movie, just because it's different. But everybody's miscast.
Horribly.
Cate Blanchett, one of the best actors working today, but she's not this character, whatever this Star-Lordy, smart-ass character.
She came off as very, very miscast, very awkward.
It felt
and
like
almost like a
when-
bad actor, and you're like, I know she's not a bad actor. but
Yeah.
this just isn't her role.
It reminded me of like on SNL when they do their little, not the live skits, but they do like the pre-taped like
Yeah.
fake trailers
Yeah.
and stuff, and you have the celebrity guest of the week in it. It kind of felt like that. Like it's funny that she's playing this type of character because she never would, because she's too classy and good for it.
Yeah, it's weird. I did see that interview, and it was with like a younger woman.
I don't even
interviewing
know
him.
who. I just saw it on like Twitter. There's like a clip of it.
Yeah, and he's like,
It wasn't about changing age. I'm reading the script, and I'm not thinking about the game. I'm thinking about the movie. Who are the best actors? And you're talking about the best actor in the world. You know, you go right to Cate Blanchett. She said yes.
and it's like, well, it's not really ageism. If you look at it that way, it is. But from a movie perspective, like, it was just weird. I thought she was just too old for that type of part. Because she's doing like action flips and she's being thrown around, and there's a couple.
She barely looks like she knows what she's doing in those scenes. 'cause
Right.
She probably didn't.
She's a different type of actress. She's talking to Jamie Lee Curtis, and her mother gave her to Jamie Lee Curtis when she was young. And I'm like, you guys are like the same age. They're like 10 years apart.
Let's be honest, there's only one type of actor/actress, and it's the how much are you paying? I mean,
Yeah.
But like, how old is Cate Blanchett? She born in like 1970. She's like,
I don't know,
55,
Yeah, sounds about right.
54,
Maybe a little bit
and
older.
Jamie Lee Curtis is like 65, I would
Yeah.
say. And so there's like, I don't know. It
And
just
Cate Blanchett would have been better in the Jamie Lee Curtis role because Jamie Lee Curtis definitely didn't know what she was doing in this.
She gave it the
felt
most effort. but-
She was being like enthusiastic just because she's Jamie Lee Curtis. That's the general aura she gives off. But she didn't look like she knew what the fuck was going on either.
No. And then Kevin Hart didn't do anything funny, which is odd. Like, he
Well, I
had a-
wasn't sure what his character was. Everybody else had that like generic archetype. Like
Yeah.
Cate Blanchett, she's basically like a Star-Lord. You have the comical robot, C-3PO, Jar Jar Binks,
the
whatever.
Drax guy is the big,
There's a Drax equivalent.
without the humor.
Without the humor, he just goes. He's like Bane in the Schumacher movie or
Right.
something. But then Kevin Hart's just kind of there. He was a soldier. Did he revolt? Where did he come from? What's his story? He doesn't have like anything to work with.
Roland is a guy who has a narrative attached to an agenda of good, right? And his agenda of good comes from once upon a time being a part of something that wasn't so good, that he felt that he had to detach from because of where his life has taken him. And in this new place of living, in this new place of life, there's a found respect for the place of Pandora and for the things that possibly could be attached in it or to it, where he can be a part of the conversation of making better.
But he wasn't funny.
dude, he just gave you like 10 sentences and it was all meaningless drivel.
Didn't make jokes.
I
And,
fucking
which is
hate
good
actors
because,
so much, dude. The moment they open their mouth
I
about their
didn't want him, like,
craft,
cracking
my
lies the
brain
whole
shuts
time.
off,
Just
bro.
put him
It's
as the
so
voice of a
branded.
robot.
Sure.
Get rid of Jack Black. He's irritating.
Hey, this is only the second most embarrassing thing Jack Black has done this year. So, like, confused-looking actors aside, it's like a competently made movie. Everything is like it wasn't like a mess. It wasn't like a disaster.
No.
But it's just not very inspired, like with the way it's shot and the pacing of it and all that stuff. And that I was thinking about that because it looks like an expensive movie. Obviously, there's lots of big sets and effects and stuff, and they're not like terrible. There's no real bad effects in the movie, but everything felt so like artless as far as like the set design and set decoration
Generic,
goes.
yeah.
Well, just in like cluttered, and not cluttered in like a way that has any sort of style to it. It just looked like cluttered and ugly. Every set, it reminded me of like a lot of the like, I don't know, like bloated '90s movies, like Tank Girl or like Judge Dredd. It reminded me of those.
You butt smear. What'd I tell you?
Whoa.
Don't say butt smear.
I want people to go, that is the best time I've had in a movie theater in years. That was worth the wait.
A lot of money was blown on
Good
this,
luck
and
with
it
that
just
one.
feels like there's no art or style to it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, 'cause you have to make a
guess
good
I didn't
movie in
really
that case.
think about that, but because in these kinds of movies, I will reference Guardians a lot.
You're gonna keep going back to Guardians of the Galaxy.
There's all these junky, weird planets, but they all have
But
their
there's so
own.
much thought put into them.
There's a lot of thought put into them, and then like you're like, oh, that's neat. That the way that like that one city at the end of Borderlands where it just was like it's a big clump of
It's just
something.
Yeah, it's like they just glued together a bunch of like I don't know model kits. Like obviously
and then
CG, but
the desert land was like.
oh, they actually filmed at Vasquez Rocks. We got to mention that.
Oh, we did. Yeah, they did.
That's a cliche at this point. Like it's like using the Wilhelm scream. You just got to stop doing it.
Which was also in the film.
Was it? Oh, I didn't even notice.
It was early on.
Oh.
Yeah, they filmed at Vasquez Rocks in the same place that only Rich Evans and I have taken a photograph, the famous entranceway to Vasquez Rocks.
Yeah, yeah. You're the only people in existence to ever recreate that,
Just me and Rich.
that image.
Yeah, they felt I know exactly where they were, and I'm sure a lot of other people do who have been there but have not taken a photo at the same exact spot. But yeah, they filmed at Vasquez Rocks in their desert landscape. They kind of recreated like larger versions of those angular rock formations in the distance, and then they have like a monster that comes out of the ground and has big teeth and a big round mouth with teeth.
It looks like the big monster from the opening of Guardians of the Galaxy 2 that they're
Yeah.
shooting at, that they're trying to get
It's just like a
eats
big,
batteries.
big like characterless, artless blob CGI monster, and they drive their truck through it.
Yeah.
There's never that one moment where I go, oh, that's a neat idea. Like, oh, that's a
Yeah.
neat visual. It's all very black.
It's so stock.
But
Because
yeah,
that monster looks exactly like that in Guardians of the Galaxy 2. That's the big opening of Guardians of the Galaxy 2. And the whole thing is it eats batteries, which is a weird concept. So they're there to stop it from eating the batteries. And then Rocket steals the batteries, and that leads to a plot point. So it's like, weird creative things that actually tie in with the story. It's not just a big monster and we have to shoot at it now and then move on to the next thing.
He drove their car through it. They jumped the car, and then he shot a missile and exploded the back, and they drove out the back.
That's exactly what happened. That's literally what happened.
Yeah, it's just like a I don't want to say a poor man's Guardians of the Galaxy, an uncreative man's Guardians of the Galaxy. It's like people. I saw lots of comments. I was looking through the reviews, like user reviews. You know, 1 star, half star. Terrible movie, horrible CGI. Like when people can't articulate why they don't like something, they just say horrible CGI. And the CGI wasn't horrible. The effects are all good now. They're not great. This felt very green screeny at moments. Like
Yeah.
it wasn't great, but it's very serviceable. That's not the problem. The problem is art direction, set design,
General creativity.
lack of like cleverness with the writing. It's like trying to be funny and clever, but it's just not on the same level as other movies. Casting is all wrong. Kind of a generic-y, predictable plot. Like there wasn't really much to get out of this. It felt like I was watching someone play the video game Borderlands without like really enjoying it.
Yeah.
And no charisma, the characters didn't have really, what do they call it when they work together? Like
chemistry?
Chemistry. Thank you, Jake. No one had any chemistry on screen. There's no magic. It just felt like a bunch of actors in costumes that were just yelling lines, and and it's like, you have Kate Blanchett?
And you're making her do this?
And Eli Roth is just saying like, he's like, I cast a best actors. Like that, yeah. I mean, everybody thinks Kate Blanchett's a great I think Meryl Streep's a great actress, but I'm not going to put her in a red wig and have her be like a space bounty hunter, wisecracking. It just doesn't work.
Yeah.
Yes, they're great actresses, but they just don't fit. And it is a little age thing. She's a little too old to play that part. It's like, why are you retired as a bounty hunter? Yes, I'm being judgy, I guess. I don't know. It just doesn't work. It just doesn't work.
I think it could have worked with the right. Like, I think, I don't know how old Charlize Theron is compared to Kate Blanchett.
Yeah.
They're probably not too different. But I can see Charlize Theron working in this part. I think it is partially just like the general vibe of the actor too.
What's the
Kate
fucking-
Blanchett
what's
just
the other one
doesn't work
called?
in this part. But again, I
Here's
don't want
another
to compare it
Borderlands.
too
This
much
one's
to
called
Guardians of the
Borderlands.
Galaxy, but you look at all those actors together, and they play off each other, the camaraderie, the
Tiny
back and
Tina.
forth. The
That's
movie
what
will take moments to stop with moving the plot forward, just to have them, be fun together, like watching them play off each other.
You could watch those characters just do nothing.
Yeah.
And chit chat, and it's entertaining.
Mhm.
With this, it's a flat line.
You don't feel like the
until-
characters have any life outside of what is explicitly stated in the script.
Right. Or until the action starts up again. I mean, you could have started the movie with Kate Blanchett at her space house, retired, watching interdimensional cable, and just sitting there eating pistachios. And someone comes in and says, I haven't bounty hunted in 15 years. Get the fuck out of my house. No, but you're purported to be the best in the business.
Yeah.
They had a couple lines where she's like, I'm getting too old for this.
She actually says, I'm getting too old for this shit.
It's just a wink wink, but she's
Yeah.
literally doing it. So why say that if you're
Yeah.
literally doing it? I don't know, it's just lame.
Yeah, that's where I actually the rest of the movie. Kate Blanchett's such a good actor. She's not embarrassing herself in this. She's just not right for the part. But at the end, when she's flying around with these CG fire wings, I was like, oh man, you were just tar. Now you're doing this.
Now
That's
that
the only
was a
time
good movie.
I felt kind of bad for her.
Thanks for having me. So the last time you were here, we talked about your movie Tar. You play a conductor and composer. Now you're an intergalactic bounty hunter.
I like analyzing these movies post-mortem and kind of going, why'd you do that? What's this? What is this? Well, all these decisions that were made.
Why are we seeing so much dialogue from characters that are off camera or the back of their heads? What did they change? Is this to cut out swearing? Did you rewrite the plot while making the movie?
And the biggest lesson of all is when Eli Roth says to you, just trust me. Don't.
Don't.
Maybe if it's an episode of A Ghost Ruined My Life, hey, I'll trust you on these decisions.
Hey, he has his place. Thanksgiving was fun.
No,
but that doesn't require too much wit or style.
He has a certain skill set, and this is not it.
Yes.
And
yes.
Kate Blanchett has a certain skill set, and this is not it.
I think you could just go down the list of the casting crew for this, and that's the answer.
Yeah.
The production designer. I'm sure they have a great set of skills, but this isn't it.
I've worked in Downton Abbey. You want me to do what now? You want me to do what now? I really love Downton Abbey, and I love all the costumes that you've made.
Just cover the set in garbage.
Go get the rubbish bin, dump it all over the floor. I've never been asked to rubbish up the Queen's palace. Perhaps you do want the guy that worked at the Mad Max films. No, he's busy. I love Downton Abbey. It's my favorite show. Rubbish up this set. Right quick.
The Russian Navy sucks, the movie. Okay, we're gonna... You had me at the title. You had me at the Russian Navy sucks.
So last week I clicked on the first video on my series on the Russian Navy, and, well, to be honest, I couldn't listen to it for long. I am very sorry I put you all through that absolute horror show that looks like it was made on a potato and sounds like I was sitting neck deep in a human-sized jar of Vegemite. So without further ado, and given the fact that my new PC has finally arrived and I can put this up in 4K, I present to you the Voyage of the 2nd Pacific Squadron, the Voyage of the Damned, with some new bits, but most importantly, new audio. I wanted to celebrate getting close to 50k and really sort of hitting that milestone that I originally set out to hit when I first started, so thank you all. I will put this out as soon as I have it finished, and, well, all I can say is, and then it got worse. Boats. They're kinda cool. They do cool things, and they allow countries to be big boys on the world stage. But Russia, they never really got the whole Navy thing down well, with a few exceptions. From there, it's, well, a litany of utter incompetence, disaster, and misery. Right up through the Russian Imperial Navy, the Soviet Navy, and to the modern Russian Navy, which you can draw parallels between all three services as they are built off the same bricks. So hold on to your hats, get a drink, sit down, because as you all know, and as the saying goes when it comes to Russian naval history, and then it got worse. Imagine, if you will, your countrymen have been attacked. They are under siege in the far-off Port Arthur, and only you, in Europe, can sail to their rescue. The brave Variag fought valiantly, ambushed by a superior force, and has been lost. But you must get there quickly, because without your help, it is all going to go wrong. This is the exact position that the Russian Baltic Fleet found itself in during the Russo-Japanese War in October 1904. The Tsar had sent Admiral Makarov, a very capable officer and quite possibly the best admiral Russia had ever produced, to the Far East, and he began to turn things around very, very quickly.
To you guys, I apologize.
However, he was decapitated when the Petropavlovsk hit a mine. It's a bit morbid. Enter stage right Admiral Zinoy Petrovich Roshesvensky, also known by his nickname Mad Dog, a man who I feel so sorry for that I want to give him a hug and about 73 pints of vodka. Under Roshesvensky's command, a large fleet was accumulated in St. Petersburg and the surrounding naval bases for a voyage to the Far East with the intention of smashing the Japanese fleet, pushing into Port Arthur, and winning the war with a resounding Ruhu, Russia numero uno. This was going to be about as clear and decisive a victory as the Imperial Russian Navy's even more mentally unstable successor, its campaign in the Black Sea against Ukraine. But ignoring that, Russian ships at the time had a short range. They were mostly built to French designs, the battleships at least. There were some native designs as well and also built in US yards, but the battleships, the core of them being the Borodino class, were built to French tumble-home designs at the time. Suffice it to say, they're not the most buoyant. Russia also had no refueling ports between Europe and Asia, the Asian port itself being, Port Arthur, the one that's under siege. Russian ships were all designed for Russian waters. Shocking, I know. Cold places. But that wasn't important. It was time to smack Japan silly and win the war. The greatest thing that the Russian Navy had going for it was Admiral Roshesvensky, and the fact that he wasn't corrupt, which is somewhat an ingrained tradition in the Russian naval command structure. And he was actually competent. This again is somewhat of a rarity in Russian upper command structures. Totally wild. A Russian commander who isn't incompetent? Say it ain't so. And Admiral Roshesvensky would also beat senseless with his fist anyone who severely annoyed him or mildly ticked him off. And so, on the 15th of October 1904, 45 Russian ships with chartered freighters following them set sail for the Far East.
Oh, pause. I need to go drink. I'm dying. Is it hot enough for you? I like sweat rolling down the crack of my eyes like Niagara.
west. They had to go west first to go east. It's a whole thing, don't worry, look at the map. However, before the ships even left, the new battleship Orel, Eagle, had a worker remove a panel in its hull and go home for the night. Ignoring the fact that boats do in fact need to be watertight, the ship promptly sank at its mooring. Just for fun too, there was a second ship in the squadron also called Orel, for reasons. So the fleet sets out, a fleet including ironclads, modern pre-dreadnoughts, an aristocratic yacht with a gun bolted to it, a hospital ship, an icebreaker, which is going to the tropics, okay, and a smattering of new and newish cruisers, including the very sexy Aurora, which I will take any chance I can to show off on this channel. Oh, and by the way, these crews were mostly conscripts from Central Russia, you know, the famously aquatic Central Russia, and most had never even seen the sea before. And they were commanded by captains who would like to anchor their ships behind cruisers so they could leave and go and get drunk for the night without Roshesvensky noticing. These ships were provided with enough ammunition for a major battle with a little extra. So gunnery practice, not necessary and not expected. The ships left harbour, well some of them. The flagship immediately ran aground and a cruiser lost an anchor, no idea how, and a destroyer rammed a battleship, but the ships finally left harbour. And then as the fleet was beginning to pass Denmark, a crisis happened. Random sailors began to start screaming that they were all doomed because Japanese torpedo boats were waiting near Sweden to kill them all. Geography not being a Russian strong suit even to this day. And so the fleet then began accidentally ramming Danish coal ships trying to refuel them. And another ship had a lifeboat fall off. It just fell off. The icebreaker then proceeded to be handled so poorly and flopping around so much in the sea that Roshesvensky started shooting at it to send it home. We have not passed Jutland in Denmark yet. Now, some people try and defend this insanity by pointing out that the ships of the Imperial Japanese Navy at the time were all largely built in Britain. This is true. However, I challenge you in secret to crash build a fleet of torpedo boats and ship crews from Japan to Britain to man them in 1905 before the 2nd Pacific Squadron has sailed, which it sailed on, essentially crash sailing through an emergency. It's not exactly going to work. Admiral Roshesvensky would then try and calm everyone down by giving the simple order that no vessel should be allowed to get in amongst the fleet. This order went out just as a fishing vessel carrying messages from the Tsar arrived to tell Roshesvensky that he had been promoted. None of the warships, who the majority of which started shooting at said fishing boat, came close to hitting it, and the fishing boat's captain, reportedly, wasn't aware he was being shot at. The repair ship Kamchatka proceeded to declare she was being attacked on all sides by 8 torpedo boats. Nobody else saw them. Kamchatka proceeded to say, oh, they went away because we turned. Because famously, small boats stop attacking you if you turn away. Maybe the Black Sea Fleet should try that. More on Kamchatka later. The fleet began to close in on Dogger Bank, and then it finally happened. Torpedo boats. The fleet immediately turned to fire, all guns blazing, shells raining from the heavens with multiple ships reporting that they had been torpedoed, and their crewmen laying on the deck preparing for the ships to sink. Crewmen ran around the decks, fighting off boarders, firing pistols and swinging their swords. The battleships at last damaged 4 of their targets, and they even sank one. Victory was finally at hand. At last, the Variag and the defeats in the east would be finally avenged. However, 2 of the damaged targets were the Aurora and the Dmitry Donskoy, decidedly not Japanese, and the rest were British trawlers from Hull. Many of the ships had fired off all their ammunition and hit nothing. The British public was so annoyed that they wanted a war because they could not believe someone could be so monumentally stupid and pig-headed, and that this was in fact an accident. The entire Royal Navy in Europe was put on standby, and they outnumbered the Russians at least 4-1, with Admiral Beresford commenting that he would only use 4 battleships to sink the Russian fleet based on the caliber of their gunnery, as any more would be simply unfair. Admiral Roshesvensky decided that it was maybe time to leave European waters, but he did dock first and ditch as many horribly useless officers as possible, including a particular captain who he wanted to beat senseless on the bridge of his flagship a couple days earlier. He went back to St. Petersburg to get reinforcements. The fleet then split, with the older ships going through the Mediterranean via the Suez Canal, and the newest and fastest Russian ships going around the Cape, both fleets then meeting in Madagascar. The Kamchatka now appeared, saying she had been attacked constantly and fired 300 shells against 3 Japanese ships. These Japanese ships included a Swedish merchantman, a French merchantman, and a German trawler, who didn't hit anything. Oh, and as the fleet left Tangier, a ship broke the underwater telegraph cable with its anchor. So, you know, Tangier could now no longer talk to its ruling colonial capital city. Given the Kamchatka had done her level best to start a war with 3 out of the 4 largest naval powers on Earth, the United States being the only one that wasn't included, Rossosvensky now decided the Kamchatka best stay close to the flagship, so he could periodically scream at it and throw his binoculars at it. To avoid constant refueling, the Russian ships would store coal quite literally everywhere, including crew quarters, corridors. Pretty much if you've got an empty pillowcase, you're putting coal on it. And therefore, the ships would be turned into fuel and bombs. And remember how the ships were designed for the cold. Believe it or not, it's quite hot in Africa. And crewmen would then start dying from the coal dust that was literally everywhere, including inside their lungs. A storm suddenly hit the fleet, and out of nowhere, Kamchatka said alarmingly, "Do you see torpedo boats?" Near Africa. At about this point, Admiral Rossosvensky began to develop nicknames for ships and captains who particularly pissed him off. Some highlights include the Slutty Old Geezer, the Brainless Nihilist, also known as Twitter, and other colourful ones, including the Lecherous Slut, aka the Artist, formerly known as Kamchatka. When a ship particularly annoyed Rossosvensky, he put it in the naughty corner, aka he just put it behind the flagship, and proceeded to use a Yodel microphone to scream at the ship while throwing binoculars at them. His staff had thankfully bought 50 pairs, and it is said to this day you can track the progress of the fleet across the bottom of the ocean by finding binoculars. That is a joke. Someone will take that literally, that's a joke. As Rossosvensky's squadron grounded Cape Town, he found that the captain, who he had managed to piss off back to St. Petersburg, was coming with reinforcements in the form of the 3rd Pacific Squadron, which was entirely comprised of ships known as the Sink by Themselves Squadron. Rossosvensky proceeded to refuse to tell anyone where he was, so that they would not be able to rendezvous or find him in the slightest. The admiral in charge of the 3rd Pacific Squadron therefore received the following order: "You are to rendezvous with Admiral Rossosvensky, whose route is currently unknown to us." Right about now, the ships were passing South Africa, and the British commander in Durban warned the Russians, just in case they got a little scared, that British fishing boats were out and about. Just to avoid them being scared senseless. News filtered through as the ships arrived in Madagascar that Port Arthur had surrendered and the Russian ships there had been sunk. This was a tremendous blow to morale. But now, it's quiz time. Will the Russian fleet in Madagascar do the following? A. Wait patiently. B. Relax their crews and train a bit. C. Start a floating zoo, including having poisonous snakes attacking the crew, a crocodile on board, and a collection of monkeys while also doing exercises and accidentally shooting the Aurora during a funeral for a dead crew member. If you got C, you win a bicky. Somebody sent Admiral Rossosvensky a parrot at this point, and the parrot proceeded to learn every single swear word in the Russian language, while the flagship itself was overrun with chameleons. I suppose at least you wouldn't be able to see them, so if you pretend really hard, the problem just sort of goes away. The poor Aurora became so full of creatures that the crew was refusing to sleep due to a fear of becoming food. At about this point, the fleet's cold storage broke down, and hundreds of tons of rotting meat was thrown overboard. This therefore added the aquarium to the floating circus sitting in the harbour, as it attracted all manner of sharks and other sea creatures. Admiral Rossosvensky would get very, very sick around now, and his chief of staff would proceed to have a brain hemorrhage. Stress definitely not being a factor, and as the old saying goes, their injuries were definitely not service-related. So the ship stayed in harbour, and every single STD known to humanity became commonplace amongst the fleet. But don't worry, it got a lot worse, as religious zealotry, mental breakdowns, and revolutionary talk became commonplace throughout the fleet. One crew member proceeded to start walking around the decks naked, asking everyone if they feared death in his best Davy Jones impression, albeit with less tentacles. Rossosvensky would recover. Somehow, mentally he's probably gone at this point. But he discovered that many of his officers were absolutely off their faces on opium and other hard drugs, Madagascar being the core of this trade at the time. It is unknown whether this addiction improved their performance or not, the bar being, in fact, incredibly low. Finally, a supply ship arrived with ammunition. And never mind, it's 12,000 winter boots and coats. In Madagascar. Lemurs were starting to get a little out of hand at this point on Aurora, who somehow undertook a competent boat race with her lifeboats. Aurora in general is an example of competency during this fleet, and honestly it did not deserve this shit. What Aurora goes through makes me understand why it started the bloody revolution. More friendly fire later, including a nearly torpedoing of a destroyer and a signal from Kamchatka saying, "Oh no, I'm sinking," probably making everyone happy, and finally the fleet would leave port. The ships then met with the Admiral Gorchakov, excitedly ready for letters from home. The crew then discovered that the letters that they had sent from Madagascar aboard the freighter were still there. The freighter having gotten lost, sailing in a big circle, and then coming back. Sadly, the inevitable happened on the 11th of November 1905. The 3rd Pacific Squadron found Rossosvensky near Vietnam. And oh boy, they were even more useless. Rossosvensky was completely at his wits' end at this point. He wanted to resign, he begged to resign, he was completely done, and the Tsar promptly said no. To the Tsar's credit, this was a doomed endeavour, and Rossosvensky was quite literally the one chance they had of even surviving, so I understand why he said no. The ships then sailed north together for battle with the Japanese, and promptly were absolutely slaughtered. 5,045 dead, 803 injured, 6,016 captured, 6 battleships sunk, 1 coastal battleship sunk, 14 other ships sunk, 2 battleships captured, 2 coastal battleships captured, 1 destroyer captured, 6 ships disarmed, and much more damage throughout the fleet. Some ships would escape, taking shelter in the Philippines, controlled by the United States at the time, and some of these captured ships and sunk ships would actually be put back into Japanese service throughout the First World War. The Variag that I mentioned earlier ended back up in Japanese service.
Bro, this is making me want to play Hearts of Iron.
And then it was actually sold back to the Russians, quite interestingly, but never made it back due to the revolution. To their credit, some ships would fight incredibly hard, and they put up such a stiff resistance against almost unbeatable odds that, as I mentioned, they were able to get away. But the reality was that any hope of victory was so far gone it's not even funny. In 1906, Rossosvensky faced a court-martial for the disaster, along with each of his surviving battleship commanders. Some of these commanders were sentenced to prison, and some to a firing spree, either losing the battle or surrendering on the high seas to the Japanese. Rossosvensky, wounded and rendered unconscious for most of the battle, was naturally reluctant to accept responsibility for the fiasco, but yet again, proving his immense character, Rossosvensky defended his subordinate commanders, who in many cases did not deserve the defense, and maintained total responsibility for the action, pleading guilty to losing the battle, and opening himself up to the firing squad. The Tsar would commute the captain's death sentences in a show of mercy. Rossosvensky would later pass away from a heart attack on the 14th of April, 1909, not even 10 years after the battle. It isn't known exactly what caused his heart attack, but I would take a bet on any day of the week that he would have lived longer if he did not have to go through this complete comedy of errors. And if you think this is a one-off in history, oh boy do I have news for you. See the attached playlist that this will be going into.
Yeah, just an hour and 44 minutes.
The issues that face the 2nd Pacific Squadron are endemic of the Russian Navy, the Soviet Navy, and the Navy of the Russian Federation. And this is something that a lot of people, including my detractors, don't seem to understand. You can point out similar comedies of errors that have occurred in Western navies, such as the British Navy's HMS Captain, the Thresher, the Scorpion, all of these issues happening in the US Navy. But you have to go decades and decades and decades back to find them. This fiasco happened in 1905. The Moskva was not in 1905. The Loshiok was not in 1905. The K-19 was not in 1905. There are so many errors. There's so many screw-ups. The Kuznetsov was not in 1905. The brutal honesty is, the Russian Navy fucking sucks.
Round 2.
Bro, their aircraft carrier nearly sank because the fucking dock sank.
When that day comes,
the Russian Navy is an absolute joke.
wonder of this
Hell, the Russian military is a joke too. There's a lot of them. That's
well, that
why.
first video went well, and like I commented, some of the reactions from the Vatnik crowd were just absolutely hilariously funny. I honestly was laughing non-stop, and I have been still laughing as more and more come in. And yes, I will continue to call them Vatniks, because to be completely honest, not a single one of them who commented saying that I was wrong provided a single bloody source as to why that when I followed it didn't start at Kremlin state-run media. Funny how that works, isn't it? But there were a couple of comments about the submarines, the famous red submarines. And let me tell you a little secret about Russian submarines and the Russian submarine force. The Russian Navy submarine service, it sucks too. The thing about the Russian Navy is that with the exception of a few brief glimpses in history of what with highly competent leaders such as Ushakov, and I mentioned Rossosvensky, and for the people saying that I was saying that all the leaders were crap, I spent most of the last video praising Rossosvensky and the fact that he would beat up crap officers. Like, I pointed that out pretty clearly. And I also pointed out Admiral Makarov too, but naturally you ignore everything against your little worldview. As I was saying, the thing about the Russian Navy is it's always suffered from the same problem. Namely the Russian government. So obsessed with it has it been LARPing as a superpower that it builds ships, or submarines, or whatever, and then just never maintains the damn thing. They just expect it to work. Think of a warship like a 2-year-old child. They run around like a psychopath, and then when you aren't looking, they walk into a glass door or run into a table and something breaks. You have to help the child and make sure that it doesn't happen again, but it inevitably will.
I'm dying.
As a parent, your
I'm
job
dying.
is quite literally just to keep them alive long enough for them to become somewhat self-aware of danger. Same thing when it comes to ships. They're going to break. They break a lot. You just have to deal with it and fix the damn things. Russia's approach to boat parenting is to make the kid down half a pint of vodka, pour the other half a pint down the kid's throat, give it some crocodile, and just sort of wonder what was going to happen and hope for the best. Kuznetsov is a prime example of this. They nicked the damn thing in the 90s from Sevastopol without any kind of facilities to maintain the damn thing, and well, it's a floating hell that is held together by some kind of Rasputin-level voodoo that would make Warhammer 40K fans blush.
It does look really
Submarines are
fun.
in the same boat. Have you ever heard of the Kursk? The Kursk had a brief mention in
It
the
was
last
the
video.
Kursk, dude. I thought it was the Minsk because it was they're attacking Kursk right now, and we were talking about it. We were talking about how shit Russia, how shit Russia's army is. And I mentioned the Kursk. This is like I thought it was called the Minsk, but it's the Kursk. It's a submarine that got fucked by themselves.
And it was one of those fabled death machine wonder
he's gonna
waffles that was
explain it.
built by the Soviet Union towards the end of it. It was in the late 80s, 90s. It was an Oscar II class nuclear attack submarine. And it was laid down in the dying days of the Union, and it was launched and it joined the Russian Navy in 1994, 3 years after the fall. The Oscar IIs are actually very capable and very strong boats, and when they were, well, and this is the thing, when they were built, the Kursk runs afoul of that old issue when it comes to the Russian Navy and actually putting money into the crew and actually anything that matters rather than the actual hard product initial cost for the build. And I mean, it was also Russia in the 90s, so the bit of money they did have, they were
I'm like
pouring
literally
down their
looking
own
up
pockets
games
and
for
buying
ships.
some kind of
It's
super
like,
mega yacht with it, while they all
good luck.
sort of figured out who could be the biggest oligarch. So, in the 90s, the ship had only one deployment, and this was to the Med, and it was to watch the NATO forces responding to the Kosovo crisis.
I think like the only thing that exists is like fucking World of Warships and War Thunder, you know? Because otherwise it's all U-boat games, like U-boat, Sound Hunter, Cold Waters. Those are all submarine games. I want to be on a destroyer or a battleship, you know? That's fun too, guys. I don't understand why that doesn't seemingly exist. As far as I can tell.
Reasons. Following that, the ship stayed in port right up until the fateful event where it sank. Now, this is a thing that is very common in the Russian Navy, and I couldn't find any sources saying if this happened to the Kursk directly, and it doesn't really make a huge difference on whether or not it did, but it is worth mentioning here. A common trope in Russia, and this is the reason why Kuznetsov sucks so badly, is that due to the lack of facilities, engines and ship systems are left switched on non-stop, which is really bad. Back to the toddler analogy, I challenge you to deal with a child after they miss nap time. Now the Kursk, while participating in naval exercises just north of Murmansk, this is the first major naval exercise in about 10 years for Russia too, was tasked with firing a pair of dummy torpedoes at the cruiser Pyotr Veliki as a Kirov class. Side note, I know everyone calls these battle cruisers, but the definition of a battle cruiser is to simply be a battleship.
It's so weird, dude. You find like a shit ton of U-boat games, a shit ton of sailboat games, like with the, you know, the cannons and shit, right? The old ones. And then nothing contemporary, bro. Look, I think that kind of sucks. I get the World War II period, right? That's when ships were like the shit, so to speak. A niche, definitely a niche in the market. It'd be for a niche population too, right? But let's add modern in front of the title, in front of the search. Modern ship games. The first thing it shows me is Silent Hunter 3. That's definitely not modern. Navy Field? The fuck? That doesn't exist anymore. Battle Stations Midway? That doesn't sound very modern. Also, it's 20 years old. Like, fuck my life. The only one that looks a bit Carrier Command 2. That one is that one's modern, but it's from Microprose and it looks a little cartoony. Nope. Rule the waves. Rule the waves. Oh, no, that's top down. That's just spreadsheet stuff, dude. Holy fuck. Very spreadsheets. $40 for fucking... No. Nope. That's not even... I don't even have to think about that. You want Ace Combat but Navy? Well... Yes and no. A little bit less arcade would be nice. Otherwise I just play World of Warships. Task Force Admiral, American Carrier Battles. Task Force Admiral, American. Coming soon. It's World War II. Visually, it looks pretty nice. Alright, put this on my wish list. Sea power, naval combat in the missile age. That's all on my wish list already. See, there's like a couple of ones that are coming out soon, quote unquote. No release dates. It just is soon, so it doesn't really. But at least like, yeah, I don't know. They're all from Microprose as well, apparently. Dude, Microprose is doing a comeback, bro. I didn't even think they were still alive. Microprose, the guys who did Transport Tycoon Deluxe, this 30-year-old game. These guys have been around. War on the Sea. That looks, I don't know, World War II. See. Also from this is a too little content. Meh. I feel like it really is a very niche. I mean, it is niche, right? How many people would play that shit? Probably not that many. I mean, I would, but I play everything. like, you know it's true, right? Thingy's coming out soon as well. Space Marine 2. 9 September. Anyway.
Yep, that is faster and
Let's
less
keep laughing at
armored
the
than
Russian
a
Navy.
battleship, and the definition of a battleship is to sit in the line of battle and fire.
Well, I grind.
The Kirovs do neither because the line of battle does not exist in a modern context. So they are cruisers. Big cruisers, yes, but they are not battle cruisers. Battle cruisers died off after the Second World War. Really, they died off after the First, but they were still potting around in the Second World War in the British Navy, so after the Second. Shortly after loading the practice torpedo, it detonated in the tube, blowing away the front of the sub and trapping 23 survivors out of a crew of 118, the rest being killed instantly. Now this video is titled The Russian Navy Sucks Part 2, and it is about submarines. What we are going to discuss next is pure horror and not the fault of the crew of the Kursk at all. They did exactly what they were told, and that is exactly why they died. The ships themselves, or the submarines, generally aren't the issue with the Russian Navy at first. Well, they're not the root cause at least. Nor is the average sailor or the occasionally competent commander. No, the issue with the Russian Navy is the overall...
Do it in Warlock level 70? Nice. I have Hunter, Warrior... One other thing. I can't... Yeah, I don't know the other one. I have another one.
Bureaucratic stupidity that is the Russian Admiralty and state, and quite honestly, the fact it functions at all is rather incredible. The lack of any quality control, the corruption, the theft, and the incessant lying to please whatever tin-pot strongman is in charge on any given day are root causes of why the Russian Navy sucks, and yes, the submarines also suck. The crew of the Kursk are victims of this corruption. Now, I can already pick the comments below saying, but Ukraine is corrupt, but the United States is corrupt. Congratulations, I wasn't talking about either of them, but hey, you managed to bring it up. And I don't care. Shut up. This has nothing to do with the price of eggs, and you know it doesn't. By all means, I proceed to rub those...
My dude needs to calm down on the comments. Stop reading them, bro. They're interfering with your ability to make a video. Clearly.
two little brain cells together and ramble in the comments for me to have something to laugh at.
Yep.
While I sit on the toilet tomorrow morning reading the comments, because I do read them, and I do find them quite funny. Now, Russian President Putin, and he'd only been president for about 4
I have to hear
months
about
at this
it.
point, or was immediately informed of the tragedy, according to Russian sources. Again, this is all according to Russian sources.
You got something to report?
And was told by the Navy they had the situation under control and that rescue was imminent. Yeah, remember when I said Russian High Command was shit? Yeah, that hasn't changed much, has it? Putin, meanwhile, waited for 5 days before ending his holiday at the presidential resort in Sochi, on the Black Sea, before heading back to Moscow. Like I said, he was only 4 months into his tenure as president, and the public and the media were extremely critical of this decision to remain at the seaside resort. During this disaster, Putin would blame the media and their criticism of his administration for making the situation worse. Because that's the problem here. The worst part about the Kursk, and the real nightmare juice, is what happened to the men trapped after the bloody thing sank. They did not have to die, and they did, because the Russian government let them. Because it was better to let them die than allow Western support to at least give
I
the
remember
23
this, by the
men
way.
trapped.
He like literally like, no, we don't need your help. No, we don't need your help. Everyone died because of that.
A chance. I want to reiterate that. Vladimir Putin's government...
When was this? Like 95? I remember this. I really do. Oh, it was in 2000. Jesus. Yeah, I was like 15.
23 of its own men to suffocate and burn to death in the dark rather than allow Western help for 5 whole days. And no, it wasn't a guarantee that the British or Norwegian naval assistance, which was offered immediately, would have saved the trapped men. They did die within a matter of 6 to 8 hours, again, according to Russian sources. Obviously, NATO wasn't allowed to inspect the bodies of the dead men or the submarine. But they could have had a chance. There was a chance, and instead the Russian government and the head of the Russian Navy, one Admiral Kuroyedov, Admiral K, he's an asshole, just we'll go with that. Anyway, he proceeded to blame the entire incident on a collision with either a World War II mine or another submarine. Not the craziest thing to initially blame it on. However, he went on to state that the accident had been caused by a serious collision with a NATO submarine, giving no evidence to support this statement. And senior commanders of the Russian fleet repeated this account for more than 2 years after the disaster. Many of them wishing for continued poor relations with Russia and the West, and they supported this scenario based on that propaganda line. You could tell Russian leaders are lying when their mouths are moving. Now, the particularly moronic people online would have you think that the Russians are okay with self-sacrifice and
Here we go again with the comments, bro. We don't care about the comments. I'm just here to laugh at the Russian Navy, dude.
dying for the motherland as it is righteous. The miniseries Chernobyl kind of shows this with the whole I served the Soviet Union thing, which became a meme. And yes, it is correct, there is a certain kind of toxicity in Russia and a basis of personal experience and research, that pain and suffering is seen as masculine and manly and therefore the correct thing for men to do. However, it's not by choice. It never was. Literally 10 seconds of Pizza Hut and drip-fed capitalism was enough to break the Soviet Union. People like nice things, like Pepsi, good food, and not fucking dying. So if somebody tells you that it is manly and heroic to die like the sailors on the Kursk did, well, I can't advocate violence on this platform, but you get the picture. Oh, and by the way, one of the key parts of this, when one of the mothers of the dead crewman shouted at Putin saying he should, unalive himself with a projectile fired with gunpowder, well, she was forcefully injected with a sedative by a plainclothes nurse and carried off, while her husband was forced to say the line that he asked the nurse to do it. Later on, they came out to say they did not ask the nurse to do it. They were forcefully removed. So why did the torpedo explode inside?
That's kind of nuts, bro. They like stick her with a they stick her with a needle on live television. What the fuck, bro? Russia is like one batshit crazy nation, dude. It's like literally, it's North Korea, but less like closed off from the world.
The Kursk. Was it bad luck? No, it wasn't. It was good old-fashioned leave it in storage well past its use-by date and use a type of explosive the West has outlawed for decades for being too dangerous. Not much has changed. It's been 20 years, but not much has changed. On the 26th of July, almost 2 years after the disaster, the Government Commission and the Russian Prosecutor General Vladimir Ustinov announced that the hydrogen peroxide fuel in the dummy torpedo inside the fourth torpedo launcher had set off the explosion that sank the Kursk. Ustinov released a 133-page volume top-secret report in August 2002, 2 years after the disaster, and the government published a 4-page summary in Rossiyskaya Gazeta. Yes, that. Revealing that stunning breaches of discipline, shoddy, obsolete, and poorly maintained equipment were responsible for the disaster. And that's a quote. Again, not much has changed, has it? The government report confirmed that the Kursk had been sunk by a torpedo explosion caused when high-test peroxide, HTP, a form of highly concentrated hydrogen peroxide, leaked from the cracks in the torpedo's casing. HTP is normally stable until it comes in contact with a catalyst. It then rapidly expands, acting as an oxidizer, generally making large volumes of steam and oxygen. It can go up to 5,000 times its normal size. Torpedoes using HTP had been in use since the 1950s, but other navies stopped using them because of the danger inherent in their design. HMS Sidon sank in 1955, killing 13 sailors when experimental torpedo containing HTP exploded as it was being loaded
What's
aboard.
your report, Agent?
The Royal Navy stopped using HTP decades before the Russian Navy did. It's actually not proven if the Russians have completely stopped using HTP today, by the way. Just side note, I couldn't find anything to say they weren't using HTP today, after it had already blown up one of their submarines. There's a reason why the Russians...
That's a little biased, because that means you also didn't find anything that said they were using it, or you would have definitely included that. This guy's a little, tricky with the way he says things.
Choose HTP, and they chose it during this period. It was cheaper. The same reason that the RBMK reactor was not refitted. It was cheaper. Remember, this is Russia. Whatever's cheaper, it goes. And you want to know the best part, the reason why HTP was chosen? Vice Premier Ilya Klebanov, chairman of the Government Commission investigating the accident, suggested the disaster had been caused by a NATO vessel collision. And one of the reasons he did this is because he was the head of the defense industries, and over the objections of even some of the other officers, promoted the use of HTP torpedoes over safer alternatives to save money. I wonder what he did with that money. Another Russian admiral further went on to say that none of the crew knew how to operate HTP torpedoes or had ever even touched one before. The government's final report found that the officers who had issued the order approving the use of HTP torpedoes did not have the authority to do so, and naturally they moved the blame away from the politician responsible and to the lower rank and file. Woo! Go Russian Navy! Several sources also state one of the practice torpedoes, possibly the one in question, had been dropped during transport, and there had been a crack formed in the casing. But the weapon was stowed aboard the submarine anyway, and because the crane that could have lifted it out was broken, it was just left there. Maintenance reports revealed that the practice torpedo carried by the Curse came from a batch of about 10 manufactured in 1990. So technically it was in date, however the casing was so cracked and so broken reportedly, that 6 of these torpedoes made from this batch were rejected due to faulty welding. So 6 out of 10, 60%, we're at a good start. And because the torpedoes were not designed to carry warheads, they weren't really inspected with any level of scrutiny. I see a problem with that. I don't know if any of you do, but I see a problem with that. There are other issues too with the Curse, like the escape capsules being inaccessible, the automatic recordings not working, and the rescue buoy being disabled, and more. However, thank God for this, the one thing the Russians got absolutely right on the Curse, the automatic reactor shutdown worked, and it worked very well. Thank Christ for that. So despite the many lapses in procedure and equipment, Ustinov, that prosecutor, said that no charges would be filed because the disaster was caused by a technical malfunction and blame could not be placed on specific individuals. Yeah, I wonder why he said that. He said that all of the sailors had died within 8 hours and none of them could have been rescued in the time available. Again, possible they could not have been rescued, but we'll never know because the Russians rejected any help. At a news conference announcing the inquiry, he absolved the torpedo's manufacturer of any fault. He said, and this is a direct quote, "Those who designed the torpedo couldn't foresee the possibility of its explosion. Fuel does not explode." Apparently, that's what he said. He also said there was no evidence that the torpedo had been damaged when it was loaded onto the Kursk. Even though multiple eyewitnesses said it had, we'll just ignore that. And yes, I know it was a practice torpedo, and the idea of a practice torpedo is it doesn't explode, but however, it's full of HTP. HTP goes fucking boom. So yeah, the Russian Navy sucks. And
I gotta look up what that. Yeah, give me a second, guys. HTP torpedo. High test peroxide. It was used as a propellant of HTP rockets and torpedoes. Yeah. A practice torpedo made out of rocket fuel. That seems smart.
All of those sailors who died on the Kursk died because of the same reasons the men in the 2nd Pacific Squadron and the men on the Moskva died. Sometimes countries just don't get how to navy, and the sheer power of the corruption and the that'll-do mentality that Russia has towards its fleet, it has horrific consequences, and it will continue to have horrific consequences. And yes, I know this is just one example, but this video has gone on long enough. Would you like me to make a part 3? I can talk about the Widowmaker. Yeah, the submarine that was nicknamed the Widowmaker. Because I will make that if you want me to. Have you ever worked in an office? Like a really small one, specifically run by an executive team that is technologically illiterate. Your computers are usually about 20 years old at best, and the monitors are weirdly square and have this funny looking aspect ratio. You can genuinely visually see the pixels on the screen as well, and in general you sort of wonder how the hell it hasn't burned down yet. Now take that feeling, multiply it by 52,000 tons, and added a hefty dose of compensation, and you're approaching the territory inhabited by the most horrific machines ever created by the Soviet Union. The aircraft carriers.
Bro, the Russian aircraft carrier is garbage. Like I said before, right? It nearly sank when its fucking dock sank. Let me say that again. I didn't misspeak, alright? The Russian aircraft carrier nearly sank when its dock sank. That's peak Russian, let's be honest. And that is definitely not the only problem with it. It uses like shitty ass boilers. You can see the fucking black smoke from miles off. Like it looks like, it literally would look like when we were playing U-Boat and you can see the fucking smoke above the horizon because they're all fucking steamships still. Russians. It's actually amazing these guys ever got the atomic bomb. Like how? I mean, they stole it, obviously, but you know, still.
I have written this introduction about 6 times. Truth be told, I really just didn't know where to start. The Admiral presents itself at floating hell. Well, many videos of it exist, and they talk about it and why it's particularly horrific. The thing is, though, when you're making a video about something that is horrifically shit, you have to ask yourself a very important question. Where the fuck do I start? And for that reason, I've opted to start at the beginning of Soviet naval aviation, the Moskva. No, not that one. That one. The Moskva and the Leningrad were a pair of helicopter carriers laid down during the 60s, and were truly the first proper foray into naval aviation by the Soviet Navy. At this point in history, the Soviet Navy truly had a decision that it needed to make. Would it A. focus on a defensive navy, understanding that we'll never be able to get supremacy against Western naval forces outside maybe the Baltic Sea, or B. enter into a dick measuring contest that it could never hope to afford? I will let you figure out which one they chose. Just keep those 2 points in mind throughout this video. The Moskva and the Leningrad, the 2 ships in this class, and they were built, as with basically every major ship, in the Mykolaiv shipyard in the Ukrainian SSR. Now, originally 12 of these ships were planned as flotilla leaders for submarine hunters, but honestly, on par for the course for Soviet and Russian shipbuilding, they plan a lot but never actually build it. Now, this is partially due to the fact that these ships handled about as well as Aeroflot handles passenger safety. So, yeah. And instead of ironing out the kinks, they just simply cancelled the idea. That said, these 2 horrifically ugly, and I mean horrifically ugly ships, were quite a smart decision by Soviet High Command, at least in theory. Being relatively smaller and not attempting to compete against the Western carriers, but being able to deploy choppers to destroy submarines. Defend the ports, perfectly sane idea. The idea was properly scrapped, and the Kiev class was planned and laid down.
Yo.
Now this
is that the fucking Papers, Please song?
The only good bug is a dead bug is a phrase after being bit in the neck by
It was variation. I didn't realize this was from a real
This is usually the point where tankies or wannabe tankies, also known as Trotskyists, who never got the chance to run over people in tanks, bring up the Montreux Convention, saying that the design had to be this way because otherwise they would be stuck in the Black Sea. To that I bring up the Ulyanovs. Didn't stop them planning and starting to build that, did it? Now, Kievs. These things were actually a product of the Soviet government desperately trying to cut corners on paying for an actual aircraft carrier. This will come as no shock to people here, I am sure. I have seen particular groups of people online rant about how these carriers were actually the best because they could do many roles. You know, the whole jack of all trades kind of thing that Laserpig actually touched on in his T-14 Armada video. And it's true, they could launch a lot of missiles, and they could also carry aircraft. The USS Kitty Hawk, the US equivalent of this period, couldn't launch that many missiles, no. But the Kitty Hawk could have that many aircraft in the air that it could sig your battle group before you even knew you were in the same time zone as it. So, yeah, the jack of all trades, it's a nice theory, but in a naval sense, it's something you do when you're trying to save money. It's not something you do when you're actually trying to build a good navy. The general idea of the Kievs was to power project, defend against submarines, and to provide air support.
That's why
This
battle
sort of
cruisers
worked,
failed.
and truth be told, I have a soft spot for these ships. I think they look quite cool. But
It's
they're
like-
planes.
In between a cruiser and a battleship, and it was just terrible. Like, cruisers did a better job at the cruiser role, and battleships did a better job at the battleship role, so the like it was just garbage.
The Yak-38, those things were just death traps. And they killed multiple pilots. The Yak-38 tended to quite literally just fall from the sky. And it's somewhat telling, and the reason they gave for this was so they could hold larger payloads. But the moment they could, the Yak-38s were stopped from being able to use their VTOL capability, and instead they used a short takeoff capability. So, make from that what you will. Now, during the first deployment of this class, funnily enough, only 6 Yak-38s were even operable. So the Soviets, to look stronger than they actually are, painted different numbers on the planes below deck to make it look like they had more in the hangars. This ruse worked, in part at least in the press, with some magazines reporting that the things could carry up to 60 aircraft. Whether NATO navies knew about it, well, we won't know. The Soviets built 3 of the Kiev class, and 1 additional ship to a slight variation known as the Baku subclass. This is again another common thing that the Soviet Navy and Russian Navy does, is they build one design, and they'll build probably half a dozen or so of that design. and then they'll build a slightly revised design. It'll still fall under that subgroup, but it'll be completely different. I mean, look at the Krivak class frigates. Like, a Krivak 1 and a Krivak 5 are completely different ships, yet they all fall under the Krivak subgroup. It's a weird thing you'll get used to with Soviet naval jargon, essentially, and how they handle their ship classes, so it's just something to be aware of. It's quite interesting. The ships that were built were the Kiev, the Minsk, the Novorossiysk, and the Baku. Unfortunately, these ships were plagued by maintenance issues throughout their existence, and honestly, as were all Soviet large ships. In the case of Novorossiysk, she had such a bad fire in her engine rooms that she was scrapped in Pohang, South Korea, shortly after the fall of the Union. She was just not worth trying to fix. Weirdly enough, the first two ships, Kiev and Minsk, are now a theme park exhibit and a luxury hotel in China, because that's what you do with an old clapped-out Soviet aircraft carrier when you're done with it. You make it into a theme park. You know what? I can't fault it.
Actually,
I would if I could. I absolutely would if I could. The last ship in the class, Baku, is now the INS Vikram. The INS Vikramaditya. It's Indian. It's in the Indian Navy, and it's got the prefix INS, and it starts with a V. How she got there is quite a funny tale, and it's a good indicator of, well, what the Russian Navy is like, and Russia in general. So the deal of a lifetime.
The worst trade deal ever made.
Baku entered service in 1987 and was renamed Admiral Gorshkov in 1991. She was then deactivated in 1996 because she was too expensive to operate on a post-Cold War budget. India at this time was looking for a way to expand its carrier aviation capabilities, and on the 20th of January 2004, after years of negotiation, Russia and India signed off on a deal for the ship. The ship itself would be free, while India would pay US $800 million for the upgrade and refit of the vessel, and an additional $1 billion US for the aircraft and weapon systems.
It's a giant
The
waste of
deal
money.
also included the purchase of 12 single-seat MiG-29Ks and 4 dual-seat MiG-29K UBs, with an option for 14 more aircraft. The total cost, US $1 billion, yeah, that was not going to last. Further to this, there would be 6 camera Ka-31 Helix reconnaissance and anti-submarine helicopters, torpedo tubes, missile systems, and RD. It was the works. The carrier was going to get refitted full. The immense upgrade involved stripping all weaponry and missile launcher tubes from the ship's foredeck, converting the Gorshkov from a hybrid carrier cruiser into a pure 3-deck aircraft carrier. The announced delivery date for the INS-V was August 2008, allowing the carrier to enter service just as the light carrier, the INS-V.
Bro, it's kind of crazy that I know all this shit, dude. Like, how? Just pay attention, I guess. But like, I've heard all of this before, somehow.
Virat retired, Virat being the former HMS Hermes of Falklands fame. She would
I've never
have
seen
her
this before,
life
by the way.
extended. Now the delays would begin. Issues were compounded by ongoing cost overruns, leading to high-level diplomatic exchanges between India and Russia. India finally agreed to pay an additional $1.2 billion for the project, doubling the cost just to get the bloody thing done on time. However, ongoing difficulty with the delivery schedule pushed the expected delivery back to 2013. In July 2008, Russia reportedly needed to increase the price by $2 billion, blaming the unexpected cost overruns on the deteriorated condition of the ship and citing a market price for a new aircraft carrier of $4 billion. Mind you, the carrier was laid down in the 70s and Russia here was simply grifting the Indians for more money. Russia proceeded to threaten to cancel the deal entirely if India did not pay the increased amount. On the 7th of December 2009, Russian sources indicated final terms had been agreed on, but no delivery date had been set. On the 8th of December 2009, India and Russia were reported to have ended the stalemate over the Admiral Gorshkov price deal by agreeing on a price of $2.2 billion.
Oh, I never did that. No wonder
Moscow
I'm
had asked
fucking
for
dying.
$2.9 billion for the carrier, nearly 3 times what was
Hello?
originally agreed upon by the two sides in 2004. In April 2009, a scandal over the project proceeded to emerge when it came out that a senior Indian Navy officer had been blackmailed to influence the situation and
I'm dead.
negotiations
He didn't want to
over the
fucking
Gorshkov
cheat.
sale to India. Because of course he had, because this is Russia. Commodore I'm just going to ignore his first name. Commodore Singh had been a senior figure supervising the refit of the carrier, working as the principal director of the project in Russia. He was discharged from service for this incident. Remind me again why so many Indians chest thump for Russia online. I tend to wonder, because they grift you the moment they get a chance. They did the same thing with their T-90s. But anyway, all of this, well, it's the lead up to the main event. Now sit back, kids, for it is time for Kuznetsov.
Wow, There it is. It's such a garbage fucking aircraft carrier. dude.
Sovetsko, Soyuza, Kuznetsov.
It's kind of hilarious.
Yeah, they picked a very long name, what can I say? It is the very definition of Putin's Russia in ship form. The ship, often painted to look brand new, is the ultimate naval Potemkin village. Now, if you don't know what a Potemkin village is, it is where a country that is exceedingly shit, like North Korea, makes a perfect village or town in eyeshot of their enemy to appear stronger and happier than they actually are. Kuznetsov embodies this ideal to a T. In the modern world, an aircraft carrier is the ultimate status symbol. It allows you to project power all throughout the world and truly be one of the world's most powerful countries. The United States of America can famously appear off your coastline at any given time with one of its 11 supercarriers, and instantly have, in the case of nearly every single nation, a stronger air force than you, not to mention the power of a US battle group. When you do the math, NATO can deploy a total of 15 carrier battle groups across its member states. 15 full carrier battle groups with spare escorts. It is honestly just mental, the projection power that NATO countries have. Britain has 2 carriers that could theoretically form into battle groups. France has 1. Italy has a carrier, granted it's not as big, but it's still quite powerful. And that the US has 11. China has 2 carriers in commission with another one.
It's like, oh yeah, all these countries have one carrier, and then the United States has 11. Yep.
Being built, and then another one sort of on the stocks. We're not too sure how far along it is.
Merc.
India has a pair, and Japan has 2 destroyers that, well, not really destroyers, are they? You can't really call yourself a destroyer when you can launch F-35s, I'm just saying. So when you put all that together, it gives you the situation where Russia needs Kuznetsov to maintain its Potemkin facade of being a superpower. So let's go over Kuznetsov and regale some of the best parts of this hell ship's history. And I'm not kidding when I say hell ship. This thing is so bad that it would make my ancestors who came to Australia on prison ships blush. So Kuznetsov, let's start at the beginning, when she was stolen. Because yes, Russia stole this ship.
Stop moving.
Following the KGB attempted coup in 1991 and the declaration of Ukrainian independence, the ship, built in Ukraine, being fitted out in Ukraine.
Hey, pause. I gotta go grab a drink. Oh. I'm like... I managed to, because the window's open, it dropped by 2 degrees. It's only 35 degrees Celsius now. Oh, fuck my life. Oh. Actually, give me 5 minutes. I'm going to the bathroom. fucking raining. My window's open. Okay, it's not raining this way. I'm gonna flip it anyway for now. No, no, I can't. Sake. It's gonna get hot again. Oh, well. Again. It's 35 right now.
Was therefore declared Ukrainian property by the Ukrainian government while being in a Ukrainian port. Just want to emphasize that. Evidently, 2/3 of the ship's company agreed, but we'll get on to this. A Russian admiral from the Northern Fleet gave the order to the captain, however, to sail to Murmansk and join up with the Northern Fleet as a, well, then Soviet, but becoming a Russian ship. He probably offloaded the 2/3 of the ship's crew who didn't want to abscond to Russia and stole the ship, sailing it incomplete to a port in a country that didn't have the facilities to maintain it, let alone finish it. 4 years would pass, and in 1995, the Russians, eager to try and dick measure and pretend they were still a superpower, sent the Kuznetsov to the Mediterranean to practice flying operations. From the 23rd of December 95 through to the 22nd of March 96, Kuznetsov made its first 90-day Mediterranean deployment, with 13 Su-33s, 2 Su-25s, and 11 choppers aboard. The carrier was accompanied by a frigate, destroyer, and an oiler, and was ordered to perform continuous flight operations until 2100 every single day. Given that the Barents Sea during this time of year basically has no light, it made a lot of sense to send the ship to the Mediterranean. It was the perfect location for the Russians to do this. The moment the ship passed Gibraltar, the freshwater filters proceeded to die, and the crew were limited to 20 minutes of water every single day. So 10 minutes in the morning, 10 minutes at night. And the heating and air conditioning also didn't work properly on this thing as well. During this deployment, the carrier would lay at anchor off the port of Tartus in Syria, desperately trying to get things to work again before leaving for home. Admiral Kuznetsov would remain in port, preparing for another Mediterranean deployment following this one, scheduled for the winter of 2000 to 2021. This deployment was promptly cancelled due to the explosion and sinking of the nuclear-powered submarine Kursk. See my latest Russian Navy sucks video for more on that. Kuznetsov would participate in the search and rescue
I'm running out of
operation
fucking
for the
buttons.
Kursk, along with the salvage operation in the year 2000. Plans for further significant operations were postponed or cancelled, and the ship would make occasional voyages with only one major deployment to the Med for the foreseeable future. This brings us up to September 2005. During a particular exercise, an Su-33 just fell off the deck while taxiing. It's not that embarrassing. Happens to a lot of nations, to be honest, so we'll let that one slide. Now hell would begin. Hell would really begin.
What is this one?
From the 5th of December 2008 to the 2nd of March 2009, Admiral Kuznetsov made its third Mediterranean deployment. On the 5th of December 2008, the carrier and several other vessels left Severomorsk for the Atlantic for a combat training tour, including joint drills with Russia's Black Sea Fleet and visits to several Mediterranean ports. On the 7th of January 2009, a small fire broke out on board the Kuznetsov while she was anchored off Turkey. The fire, caused by a short circuit, led to the death of one crew member by carbon monoxide poisoning. Not even a month later, on the 16th of February 2009, the ship was involved in an incredibly large oil spill off the coast of Ireland. On the 2nd of March 2009, Admiral Kuznetsov would return back to her home port. The Russians admitted that they cocked up royally here regarding the oil spill, but naturally, the Russian government pretended the oil spill was 10 times less than it actually was. I'm not even kidding, they pretended it was exactly 10 times less than it actually was. Until the British turned around and went, you know it's in our backyard and we can see it, right? In late 2011, the Kuznetsov would set sail for Syria on deployment, and this voyage was relatively uneventful until early 2012, when sailing to the Bay of Biscay on her way home. She broke down and had to be towed by an ocean-going tug. From now, Kuznetsov would not sail without having a tug at all times, so unreliable were the engines becoming. Now this unreliability, this is the thing that is talked about a lot with Kuznetsov. Where does it come from? Well, remember when I said they stole it? The thing about Kuznetsov is that flat out, the Russian Navy could just not maintain it. The Russian Federation is, and I cannot stress this enough, not the Soviet Union. It is not the Soviet Union in any way. The only shipyard that could effectively maintain the Kuznetsov once she was built was Mykolaiv in Ukraine, where the ship was built itself. So when she was in port, Kuznetsov, like so many other ships in the Russian Navy, would constantly have her engines running to provide the ship with power. The Kuznetsov ran on fuel so dirty that would make Skid Row look neat and tidy, and it ran on this fuel because it was cheap. Basically burned her boilers out to oblivion, and they will need to be replaced. I want to contrast this to a country that uses conventional aircraft carriers, large ones, and that would be the United Kingdom. They have HMS Queen Elizabeth and HMS Prince of Wales. The moment these ships sail into Portsmouth, they are effectively switched off and the port facilities are plugged in, like a big power plant. Think about it like a laptop. When you're at home, you plug your laptop into charger. The ships are then constantly maintained, and this is the difference between a competent navy and the Russian navy. Back to the Kuznetsov. So, this brings us up to the most famous deployment of the ship, the 2016-17 deployment to bomb ISIS. The deployment that signaled to all the Vatniks out there that Russia was clearly an uber mega power, and the deployment that signaled to the rest of us the absolute state of this carrier. It should be noted as well that Uncle Vladdy proclaimed this deployment to be his personal idea and took credit for it, so take from that what you will as we get into this. Kuznetsov set sail on October 15, 2016 from Severomorsk in the Murmansk Oblast for the Mediterranean, accompanied by 7 other ships, including the cruiser, not battle cruiser, Pyotr Veliki, and 2 Urdului class destroyers.
Oh, I guess fucking
the air
was
included 6 to 8 Su-33s, 4 MiG-29Ks, some Ka-52s, and a few other choppers.
well, to be honest, before the
All
first
the Su-33 aircraft had been upgraded with some bomb sites to allow freefall bombing, giving them a limited ground attack capability. At the time, certain analysts suggested that a lack of trained pilots restricted the number of fixed-wing aircraft that could be deployed from the carrier. These people were relentlessly mocked by Russia boos online. Hindsight tells us that they were correct. So this was truly the largest Russian military deployment abroad since the Cold War, and to try and show off the ships sailed via the English Channel. The Royal Navy responded to this affront by sending 2 ships of its own to escort the Russian warships through the channel, probably also to watch for oil spills, but given the size of the black soot plume that follows the Kuznetsov everywhere, they probably weren't that hard to follow. By the 26th of October 2016, the ship was reported to have passed through the Strait of Gibraltar and refueled at sea off the north coast of Africa the following day. On the 3rd of October 2016, the carrier battle group paused off the east coast of Crete. On the 14th of November 2016, a MiG-29K crashed into the sea after taking off from the carrier. The pilot ejected safely from the plane and was rescued by a helicopter. So, the reason this plane crashed, and I'm not even kidding, was because it ran out of fuel while doing laps around the top of the carrier because the arrestor wires were so broken that they couldn't take the weight of the plane landing. The commander could have diverted the aircraft to land by at the nearby airbase, but hesitated, thinking that he could get the gear repaired in time. On the 15th of November 2016, as part of a large-scale engagement, Kuznetsov launched Su-33 strikes against positions of the terrorist groups of Islamic State and Al-Nusra. Now, this was the first time the carrier had ever participated in combat operations, and the Russian Defense Ministry later claimed that 30 militants had been killed as a result of these strikes, including 3 field commanders. On the 3rd of December 2016, an Su-33 crashed into the sea after attempting to land on the carrier. Same reason, the arrestor wires just snapped. The pilot was safely recovered by a search and rescue helicopter. Later, it was revealed that the arresting gear mechanism again had failed to hold the aircraft, and it itself was damaged in the attempt. Following these 2 incidents of planes just being yeeted into the ocean, the entire air group was transferred ashore to Kemimim Air Base near Latakia to continue military operations while the carrier's arresting gear issues were addressed. The ship would later be ordered back to Russia following this deployment, her aircraft undertaking over 400 sorties. Although it must be noted, less than a quarter of these sorties were actually flown from the ship, and were instead flown from land-based aircraft. So utterly clapped out was the carrier now, they would enter an extended period of maintenance where she still is today. But our story doesn't end here, it just gets worse. Admiral Kuznetsov started an overhaul and modernization program in the first quarter of 2017 to extend its service life by 25 years, finally addressing the issues in the power plant and electronics, according to Russian sources. On the 30th of October 2018, disaster would strike again, with floating dry dock PD-50 losing power and sinking. Remember when I said there weren't actually facilities to maintain this ship outside of, Mykolaiv, where it was built? Well, the one thing that could take the weight and get it out of the water was this floating dry dock. And while this dock was sinking, a 70-ton crane smashed into the ship's flight deck behind a 19 square meter, or 200 square foot, gaping hole. 1 person was reported missing, this is Russian naval code speak for dead, and 4 were injured as the dry dock sank in Kola Bay. The ship was actually in the process of being removed from the dock when the incident occurred and was towed to a nearby yard. The cost of repairing the damage was estimated to be at about $1 million US. Now this is just the damage to the carrier, not to the floating dry dock. It was fun. You'd think though Being that it was home to Gloria's flagship, the dry dock would have a backup system. A generator, perhaps, with the fuel tank? You'd be correct in this assumption. However, two sources disagree here of what happened. Truthfully, they're both fucking hilarious, so you pick whichever one you want. Either the plant manager siphoned off and sold the fuel for money, or he never bought the fuel in the first place and took the money for it. 50-50, both are hilarious. In late May 2019, repair work of the aircraft carrier was again underway. That same month, it was also announced that two large graving docks in Murmansk would be merged and enlarged to accommodate the ship. The work would take about a year and a half. It had taken over 20 years since the fall of the Soviet Union when the Russians got the ship, but they were going to finally make a dry dock to fix the bloody thing. In December 2019, a major fire broke out on board the ship as work continued on the refit. 2 people died, and more than a dozen were injured in the fire, and damage was again estimated to be about 8 million. In June 2021, Vladimir Korolev, Vice President of the United Shipbuilding Corporation, announced that the overhaul and upgrade package of Kuznetsov was expected to be completed by the first half of 2023. In November 2021, it was reported that bad weather had caused significant delays to repair work, which might push back the completion of the refit by more than 1 year. Now, a fun thing you can do, and this is something the Russians seem to keep forgetting, is you can look up weather reports on Google, and I had a Google of the weather in Murmansk around this time. It varied between light rain, light snow, and about 3 or 4 thunderstorms. Must have been horrific if it stopped work. Must have been really bad light rain and light snow. The ship was finally dry docked on the 20th of May 2022. By the 27th of July 2022, the dry dock had been drained, allowing repairs on the aircraft carrier to commence. On the 15th of August 2022, the head of the United Shipbuilding Corporation confirmed that Kuznetsov would be handed over to the Russian Navy in the first quarter of 2024, and that the ship is expected to remain in service for at least another 25 years. On the 22nd of December 2022, the ship caught fire again. Fire was extinguished and there were no casualties. The aircraft carrier was then removed from the dry dock on the 21st of February 2023, although it was initially reported that the operation had been suspended due to heavy fog. The Russian Navy claims the ship will be back in service in 2024, but given the absolute state of the Russian military and Russia as a whole, I mean, just look at the ruble compared to the US dollar right now to give you a kind of an indication of how Russia's going. I would like to take a comment from a previous video that I have made on the Russian Navy and apply it to the Kuznetsov. And this is from someone saying that either their close family relative or friend was a shipbuilder in Mykolaiv shipyard. Just let it die. Now, the Russians have a wild and wacky supercarrier replacement idea planned for the Kuznetsov, the Storm, but personally I don't think it will ever be completed, considering they're still building 2 landing ships that are set to take over a decade, and if they are all completed, they probably won't be. Odds are, well, what kind of state are they going to be in? Meanwhile, the Kuznetsov's sister ship, Varian, she was about 60% complete when the Soviet Union fell, and she was sold to the Chinese. China has since completed the ship, and she is in service with no reported major screw-ups. Granted, it's the Chinese Navy, so you wouldn't know if there was anything, but still, Kuznetsov tends to fuck up massively in front of the camera. If Lian Lang is doing it, then it's quite quiet. The Chinese would actually even build a larger ship based on the Kuznetsov's lines, the Shandong, and she is still in active service as of today. They are no Nimitz-class freedom machines, but by all accounts they appear to be competent ships, and managed quite competently. Similarly, the ex-Baku in Indian service has had very few incidents occur, reinforcing the point it isn't the ship, it's the whole rotten structure. The Widowmaker, or more historically accurately, Hiroshima, imagine that nicknaming your own submarine Hiroshima, will be the next installment in this series. And
I've been saying that
longer,
you're like
I have to explain something
about 10 times late.
In it, and I know, well, somewhere between.
I like sweat to be rolling down the crack of my ass like Niagara.
From a scientific standpoint, so I got a lot of reading to do.
You know, the funny thing about the Russian Navy is that it is just so horrific that I can keep making more and more episodes. No, seriously, I have not even begun to scratch the surface yet. Like, we're not even there. So let's get on to it with a lesser known, but even more colossal Soviet screw-up that once again stopped by self-sacrifice. Time, after months of waiting, for K-19.
The Widowmaker.
I should clarify. I called this boat the Widowmaker in Russian Navy Sucks Part 2. This is an after-the-fact invention to sell tickets to the Harrison Ford movie from 2002 that is not very accurate according to some nuclear-inclined people I've spoken to. The crew itself called it Hiroshima.
Good movie,
though. After the city in Japan that got wiped out in a horrific nuclear explosion. Because that's better than Widowmaker, I guess. Also, I'm aware I pronounce it nuclear, not nuclear. Now, I speak English, not English simplified, so for those that this particularly annoys, I recommend a teaspoon of cement or a strong whiskey. Either should suffice to keep you going through this experience while you listen to me pronounce English correctly. So, what is the K-19, and where did it come from? Well, in the late 50s, the Soviet Union was smack bang into the Khrushchev thaw after Stalin, and tensions were well and truly on the rise in Europe, between NATO and the Warsaw Pact. It had become pretty clear at this point that if both sides engaged on land, NATO would have the nuclear edge. The great equalizer was the boomer. No, not that kind. Although when they get told no, they tend to blow up in the same way. Nuclear-armed submarines that could fire from a concealed position allowed the Soviets to truly threaten the continental United States, and in return, the US, using these boats, could ensure that the MAD, or mutually assured destruction, would occur if the Soviets fired first. And in 1957, when the K-19 was laid down, the West, well, it had a lead in the nuclear subs-arm race, and the Soviets, well, they needed to catch up quickly. You know where this is going, don't you? Now, what was life like for the crew on the early Soviet nuclear boomers? Well, the crews on the Soviet subs were actually treated pretty well. They were given a high-quality standard of food when compared to the general public, with smoked fish, sausages, fine chocolates, and cheeses, unlike the standard food given to crews, which is, you know, it's not great. It's just not. You're going to soon see why. The bad luck started before K-19 even hit the water, before it was even finished.
It's 37 in my room right now.
Multiple workers were killed during the submarine's construction, with 2 workers losing their lives in a fire. We'll get onto more fires later. 6 women being killed by fumes while gluing rubber lining to a water cistern. And to top off the construction, an electrician was crushed to death by a missile tube cover, and an engineer fell between 2 compartments and died. We're not even in the water, and the kill count on this one is racking up very quickly, isn't it?
36.
In an almost poetic turn of events, the Soviets decided to have a captain smash the ceremonial bottle of wine over the boat. The bottle of wine proceeded to slide along the propellers and bounce off the rubber-coated hull into the sea. In the business, we call this foreshadowing.
Bad luck.
Now, I'm going to do my best with the next part, and I thank the actual nuclear physicists and atomically inclined people in this community who have reached out and helped me a lot here. But word to the warning, some of this is going to be proper nightmare juice, so, you know, just be ready. The first uh-oh moment occurred in January 1960, during a watch change ceremony, where improper operation of the reactor bent a control rod. This necessitated the reactor being dismantled, and the captain was very quickly demoted. I've asked 3 nuclear physicists and nuclear industry personnel how they bent a control rod. The responses I got were, it's the Soviets. They probably figured a way out how. And I have no fucking idea. That is a direct quote. So, you know, these are people who work in the nuclear industry day to day, and they have no idea how they managed to bend that control rod so well. But it is what it is. The submarine would now conduct some tests, including her sea trials. So she tried a full power run on the 12th of November 1960.
Creepy.
The submarine then surfaced, and the crew found that most of the hull's rubber coating had fallen off, so they needed to put some more on. So during a maximum depth test dive down to 300 meters or 980 feet, flooding was reported in the reactor space. The captain ordered the submarine to surface as fast as possible, where a distinct list was noticed to port. Turns out that during the construction, a gasket was not replaced by workers, and the galley crew disposed of wood crates through the waste system, clogging it. This caused flooding in the 9th compartment. Because, you know, that's what you do with the crate that you want to get rid of. You stick it down the drain.
What?
Later, in December 1960, a loss of coolant was caused when the main circuit pump failed, and specialists were called in from Severodvinsk. The boat was now finally commissioned on the 30th of April 1961 with a total of 139 men aboard. All that happened before it was even accepted into service into the Soviet Navy, so we're going well. We're going well on this one. As a side note, upon commissioning, the executive officer was Vasily Arkhipov. He would later be the sole reason a nuclear torpedo wasn't fired at the height of the Cuban Missile Crisis, which would have most definitely sparked a nuclear exchange. Arkhipov was one of those examples of extreme competence at sea, right up there with Roshesvensky, in the middle of a nightmare. Speaking of nightmares, we're here. It's time to never sleep again. On the 4th of July, 1961, in the middle of our first patrol, having already killed 10 workers during construction, shedding her rubber skin and bending a control rod, the engineers on board noticed that there was something mildly alarming. There was a loss of coolant in the reactor. Now, I have been informed that this is in fact a bad thing to occur when nuclear fuel is allowed to start to get very hot.
Where did I get this from?
The reactor was immediately shut down, but now decay heat still exists, and I'm going to explain this as best as I can with the help of a lot of people, so thank you very much. So based on multiple figures, and they're using sort of Western reactors here, but it's nuclear physics, and I've been told that it all sort of works similar in the sense that decay heat is decay heat. So, decay heat still exists even though the reactor's shut down, and it is about 1/3 of the reactor's thermal power when on load, and it starts to shed. Now, according to a nuclear-brained person, they said that the reactor on 1/3 would have had the thermal equivalent of about 9,000 average homes without cooling. Just to head off the expected comments, when it comes to the relating power mentioned above for decay heat, thermal energy does not translate one-to-one with electrical
Bro, that's
energy.
ridiculous.
In reality, if you did, then the 23 megawatts would be enough for 9,000 homes. But as an example, a reactor at 1/3 power is about 9,000 homes worth of electricity, according to unclassified Soviet things. So, like, whether or not this is all true, we don't exactly know, because the Soviets, well, they're kind of known for classifying stuff, or especially when it's bad. So, yeah. It's about 9,000 homes worth. So, either way, to make sense of it, even when you turn the reactor off, it's full of spicy juice, basically. That will kill you.
And this is my niece, Lily.
Long story short, there's now a bit of an issue going on. Some reports state that the reactor got up to about 850 degrees Celsius during the processes of this incident. For comparison's sake, this is about the same temperature the top layer of cheese is on a pie after 30 seconds in the microwave.
It's like, I have a bottle of
These
Coke in
kind
the
of
fridge.
temperatures would have definitely damaged the outer
But I have to
cladding on the
go to
reactor
the
fuel.
fridge.
And at the
I have to go to the fridge and drink from it there, because if I take it in this room, it's warm in like 5 seconds.
He does not like beer. A very strange land indeed.
Really, Uncle? We're stopping already?
Fucking stupid.
You only moved like 10 feet.
At the very least, it is likely that a partial meltdown occurred. The reactor itself was right on the edge of a meltdown though. Cladding, by the way, exists primarily to prevent cross-contamination and cool the fuel. At this point, it was becoming somewhat clear to the crew that things aren't exactly going well. And they were indeed up the proverbial creek without a paddle, and there was a very big hole in the canoe, shooting out enough gamma rays to create the communist equivalent of the Hulk. The crew tried to call Moscow, but that didn't work because the long-range radio had been broken by a separate incident earlier in the voyage. Because of course it had been broken, because this is the Soviet Navy. At this point, the radioactive steam that Wiki and many accounts go on with starts, well, floating around. This is most likely due to, and again I'm using somebody way smarter than me in this stuff to explain it, the fuel cans beginning to fail, meaning that you were getting fission products and fuel making direct contact with the water in the compartment and turning very quickly into spicy steam. Becomes really bad that the main ventilation loop for the boats, you know, like air to breathe and stuff, was in the same room. Now this isn't too uncommon with subs, but it isn't exactly a normal thing to do to turn the reactor compartment into the seventh circle of hell. To quote two people from the nuclear industry I've spoken to, the whole sub was, as they say, shit up. Right about now, on the K-19, if you aren't using a respirator, you're in a bit of trouble due to radiation. In the sense that your insides are going to start turning into goo. This next bit, well, it's that old Soviet adage of horrific human sacrifice being the only way for the state's crappy decisions to be made up for. K-19's engineering team went inside the reactor space, and they bodged in a repair job to get coolant feed back into the reactor and to prevent a complete meltdown on the boat, and from, you know, making Greenland become blow Greenland. The engineers were able to retrofit an air valve to work and to move the feed water back into the reactor to finally cool it down, but in doing so they effectively signed their own
Neon Greenland instead of Neo Greenland.
death certificate. Not a single member of these heroes would survive, beyond a month. And to put that in perspective, the operators from Chernobyl Reactor 4, not all of them survived, but still, quite a few did, and the ones that died, in many cases, they lasted longer than this crew. The K-19 reactor compartment was so irradiated that some of the engineers were dead from acute radiation syndrome, ARS, in just 6 days. 6 days. And I was going to explain briefly what ARS is, and that was going to be some real nightmare juice, but YouTube won't let me upload that. So if you ever want to never, like, if you ever, like, have an issue with sleeping too much...
Bro, you, like, literally bleed out from every single opening in your body, including your fucking pores. Whoa.
And you just never want to sleep again, Google what acute radiation syndrome does.
No thanks, already know.
You may not want to do that in hindsight, but, you know, just, it's a thing. Over the next 2 years, a further 15 crew members would succumb to the extreme levels of radiation aboard. The captain, having averted turning Greenland into a glow stick, did the most sensible thing he could, and made for an area where he knew there would be a diesel boat on patrol. Nearby warships from the US Navy reached out and were like, bro, you okay there? You're kind of glowing. The Soviet commander decided to say everything was fine and refuse American help.
Everything is perfectly okay.
It's understandable considering the Hotel Class K-19 was technically, ignoring the fact that this thing is at this point is a literal death trap, the most advanced vessel in the Soviet fleet. Now K-19 met up with the S-270, and the crew was moved off the boat onto the diesel sub, and the death trap was put under tow back to the Soviet Union. Now if you had a submarine that had already killed 10 people in construction, and then turned a portion of the crew into radioactive goo, would you maybe want to get rid of it, retire it, could even turn part of it into a memorial, research what went wrong with it?
That would mean you wasted the money.
No. This is the Soviet Union. You put that baby back into service within 2 years after
not the
cutting out the
Soviet Union,
reactor
not
and
just the Soviet
contaminating
Union,
miles and miles of surrounding area. K-19 was now nicknamed Hiroshima by the crew and was put straight back into service in 1963. The murder boat would serve out the rest of her career quietly and safely. I'm just kidding, this ride is not over yet. Weirdly, the nuclear incident that made the sub famous wasn't actually the deadliest thing to happen on that boat. On the 15th of November...
I was about to say, that seems a little anticlimactic.
At 7:13 in the morning, K-19 collided with the Permit-class nuclear attack submarine USS Gato in the Barents Sea at the depth of about 60 meters or 200 feet. K-19 blew her ballast and reached the surface. The impact completely destroyed the bow sonar systems and mangled the covers of the 4 torpedo tubes. K-19 returned to port and rejoined the fleet. USS Gato was fine and continued its patrol. We're still going. Believe me, I want this one to end too, but the horror show, it's still coming. On February 24th night...
Doesn't that, like, say everything? Like, literally, K-19 is, like, the most famous Russian sub ever. It crashed into some random American sub you've never heard of. The Russian sub was all fucked up and had to go to port, and the American sub had nothing. It was like, oh, we're fine. Keep going, boys. Like, that just says everything about the Russian Navy, dude.
1972. The boat again caught fire. And now this was at a depth of about 120 meters or 390 feet below the surface. And this is about 1,300 kilometers or 700 nautical miles off Newfoundland in Canada. The boat surfaced, and the crew was evacuated to surface warships nearby, save for the 12 men trapped in the aft torpedo compartment. Towing was delayed due to weather, and the rescuers could not reach the men due to the conditions of the engine room. The fire killed 28 sailors outright, and a further 2 after they were evacuated. The fire was caused by hydraulic fluid that wasn't contained correctly, dripping into a hot filter. K-19 was again repaired and put back into service. On the 15th of November 1972, you're never going to guess what happened. Well, another fire broke out in compartment 6, but thankfully the fire extinguisher actually worked this time and nobody died, which is a tremendous surprise that no one was dead from this one. On the 15th of August 1982, another electrical fault caused another fire, severely burning 2 sailors, one of which would later die 5 days later. Finally, in 1990, the submarine was finally decommissioned and towed to Nerpa in Murmansk to be scrapped. K-19 had finally stopped killing, but her story isn't over yet. A section of the submarine was purchased by an ex-crew member, Vladimir Romanov, who wanted to turn it into a Moscow-based meeting place to build links between submarine veterans from Russia and other countries. Naturally, those who had survived Hiroshima weren't a fan of this, so he and I kid you not, turned it into his place of residence in northwest Russia. I don't even know anymore. I don't understand. Why are they like this? Sweden, the soon-to-be final part of Lake NATO, a nation known for PewDiePie, IKEA, meatballs, a very, very nice-looking wooden ship that can't really sail upright, and genuinely really nice people. But what if I told you that they were secretly a nation of maniacs, with plans directed at the Soviet Union and Russia that would make the Finns and the Poles blush? Well, you're in for a treat as I descend into the deep lore that is the Swedish defense plans, and how a Soviet submarine very nearly triggered them by crashing onto a rock and getting stuck. Yes, that is right. The Soviets nearly made Sweden, the country that had been neutral for literally a century, turn into the doom guy through sheer incompetence.
Sounds like a good movie.
A bit of background. The Soviets, for the most part, vanity projects aside, understood that they would never be able to fight the Western powers at sea and win. So they built a metric shit ton of diesel submarines, or diesel-electric submarines, to supplement their nuclear boats in order to essentially flood the sea with as many submarines as possible and gain a numerical advantage. Think T-72 but underwater. It's meh and not that great, but there's a lot of them and it'll do something. Now, there are some benefits to electric boats too.
That's how they do everything,
They are
dude.
quieter in some cases. Well,
just look at Ukraine right now.
Western ones are quieter. We don't talk about how loud Soviet submarines are, but
complete incompetence.
And given that this is the Baltic, they kind of fit the theater quite well.
But
one of these classes of submarines were the Project 613, 640, 644, and 665. The NATO reporting name being Whiskey. Now, the Soviets built 236 of them from 1950 to 1958, and by 1981, when our story starts, they were really, really long in the tooth, and probably in quite the horrific state considering this is the Soviet Union in the early 1980s, in the throes of economic stagnation and, well, just general sadness. Our particular glass of sadness in question was the S-363, laid down on the 12th of January 1956 and commissioned on the 17th of September 1957 in Leningrad. She was 76 meters long, weighed about 1,000 tons, and was armed with 6 torpedo tubes, with 18 torpedoes or 24 sea mines as her weapons. She had a crew of about 60 and could plod along at a respectable 18 knots surfaced and 13 knots submerged. Nothing special, but it's a cheap diesel electric, it's quite dangerous if undetected, and it's really the kind of boat you're looking for trade interdiction and surveillance. A comparable boat would be, for example, this one, the HMAS Onslow, which is now a museum ship in Sydney. Very much an older design, great at spying though. In the blue corner you have the Swedes, the country that determined the Red Bear was really the only threat. This was done shortly after the Corporal played Russian roulette in 1945, and it had built itself up in preparation for a war. In a naval sense, during the Second World War, Sweden's naval forces had largely been responsible for ensuring that she remained neutral and was not invaded by German forces. Centered around really powerful coastal battleships, defense vessels, and cruisers, it was very much a case of any invasion by the Germans would simply be far too costly, and her fleet and being truly worked wonders. Had the Germans tried it, it is very likely that you would see a fair few repeats of what the Norwegians did to the Blucher. And quite simply, Germany didn't want to risk her bigger ships. Why would she when she could simply keep trade open and everything was fine? It's not like Sweden was going to say no to trade. They were covered on each side by an Axis member. With the Soviet threat on the horizon, the Swedish Navy reorganised itself to meet the current threat, discarding larger, more powerful coastal defence battleships and cruisers and turning their guns into coastal batteries, with smaller submarines, destroyers and corvettes truly becoming a modern, if not very small, fighting force with a singular goal. That goal being that if the Soviets tried it, they would pay in blood.
Oh, it is not like
On the evening of the 27th of October 1981, the Soviet submarine S-363 bonked into an underwater rock about 10 kilometers or 6.2 miles from the south coast naval base at Karlskrona, and it was forced to surface very much inside of Swedish waters and was now stuck firmly on the rock. It was, kind of obvious to the Swedes who were conducting a naval exercise next door to where the submarine was stuck on a rock. A Swedish officer, having been informed by a local, made his way over, unarmed, and boarded the submarine, and in something that must have been out of a Monty Python skit, walked up to the conning tower and met with the Soviet captain. The gist of their conversation being, why the ever-loving shit are you here, and how did this happen? And the Soviet submarine captain responding with saying that there were simultaneous failures of all navigational equipment, and it had caused the boat to get lost. Please ignore the fact that we have somehow navigated through rocks, straits, and islands, and a multitude of other nautical obstacles to get to this point in the first place. Given that this is the Soviet navies in the 80s, a sudden rush of incompetence and shit to the brain, and breaking of equipment is somewhat to be believed, if not expected. Most likely, though, they were spying on the nearby naval exercise taking place at Karlskrona. The Soviets, being allergic to telling the truth about basically anything due to their obsession with saving face, see China, would later issue a statement with the claim that the boat was forced into Swedish waters, past rocks, straits and islands and other naval vessels that could have helped it, due to severe distress. Now, whether Ivan and Yuri caused this distress by eating all the Dr. sausage and drinking all the vodka, we may never know, but it is safe to say that the statement was somewhere between utter crap and complete bollocks. The Soviet reaction to the grounding of the submarine on the rocks about 20 kilometers from Karlskrona officially was, as I said, an accident. Unofficially, they appear to have crapped themselves and sent multiple aircraft to search for the bloody thing. Swedish reports hint at the fact the Soviets didn't exactly know where the submarine was at first, just that it was lost, at least until news broke, with the general thought being that the sub was grounded at Kristanzio, a completely different geographical area to where it actually was. Worth pointing out here that the sub-captain had exceptional experience with navigation according to both Swedish and Soviet sources, at least allegedly. Now it is possible, and according to a Swedish report which, and I quote, argues that the military authorities of the Soviet Union were not always competent. See, it's not just me, the Swedes think it too, that this was all a Soviet naval shenanigan, and it was possible that it was a distraction because the Soviets knew that they'd been found out and caught, which they had. This is somewhat evidenced by the fact that Soviet naval vessels, including a Krivat-class frigate, made their way to the area where the sub had now appeared, and externally, visually, they looked to be cleared for action. What is funny though, is that the Soviets claim the submarine only started having on the issues on the 28th, when it got stuck on the rock on the 27th. There is a bit of a time lapse difference here due to time zones, so I'm willing to give them that one. So, two versions of events here. TLDR, myself and a Swedish investigator are of the belief that the Soviets had no frickin' idea where the submarine actually was, but they knew they were up the proverbial creek and needed to find a way to save face, and hopefully get a paddle. Now back on the sub, after having a chat with the Soviet captain and probably just ignoring him for half of it, because in my experience Swedes are actually loath to fight anyone verbally, and well, because he was watching a Soviet captain tell him everything was broken while he himself was staring at a perfectly fine gyro compass, yes, there was nothing wrong with it, Sweden launched an official diplomatic protest, calling the Soviet Union a very naughty boy and asking it to kindly bugger up and go home. At the same time, the coastal Jaegers were ordered into position in preparation if something funny was about to happen, well, funnier than what had already happened with the submarine. As an interesting anecdote, they were ordered to wear their berets and not their helmets because, and I quote, it looked better. Which, yeah, I get that, drip is important, but it does show that the High Command in Sweden wasn't exactly expecting a fight to break out. In response to the diplomatic protest, the Soviets, being the Soviets, lied and said that the gyro compass was still broken, and that the submarine was there on accident, having wandered into and grounded on the 28th, not the 27th, but we spoke about that. And the best part is, they still claimed that they were on Kristanzio, which means they weren't violating Swedish waters. No, they were violating Danish ones, which makes it better, I guess? Understandably, the Swedes were a little pissed off about this. They did not screw around with their borders. It was likely that they would not have the happiest response. So the submarine remains stuck, and a weird sort of limbo begins. Right about now, the Swedes decide, well, in for a penny, in for a pound, and they claim, considering the sub is there, in their waters, on their rock, next to their naval base, that they have salvage rights. The Kremlin, kicking and screaming, finally acknowledged that they breached Swedish waters and they said sorry. The Soviets, still hoping at this point to be seen as incompetent rather than malicious for reasons of saving face, are still hoping they'll get the submarine back. There'll be no fuss and everything will be fine. Sweden, on the other hand, is about 2 points short of popping a blood vessel and, like a proper mad lad, turned around, flipped the Soviet Union the diplomatic bird, and decided they would investigate what has happened further. After being guaranteed some political immunity, the Soviet captain was taken off the boat and interrogated in the presence of Soviet officials. Meanwhile, Swedish naval officers began examining instruments and the logbooks of the Soviet submarine. The Soviets really didn't have much of a choice here, given that they were, well, stuck on a rock in front of Swedish coastal guns and half the Swedish Navy, so it's like, what can they actually do? And it's not like they're going anywhere. And now you may be wondering, what could little old Sweden, the country with a tiny population, do against the might of the Soviet Union? Well, the answer is...
Total Force Varsjens.
And no, I didn't just summon Thor or flat-pack furniture. Total Defense Service is and was the Swedish plan on what exactly to do if war were ever going to be declared, and make no mistake, Sweden knew war would only come from one direction, and one only, the old enemy, Moscow. Directly from the Swedish government's explanation, everyone between the ages of 16 and 70 living in Sweden is part...
Okay, I need to get out of the sauna really quick. 2 minutes, I need a drink. That's out of the fridge. If there was a little bit of wind, that would be nice, but there's like zero wind. Oh.
Here we are, finally setting foot in our ancestral home for the first time in our lives, and you want to stop and rest by a pig farm?
Be patient, Lily. If we explore Pandaria too quickly, we will quickly run out of Pandaria to explore.
That barely even makes sense. You're just saying that because you're lazy and old. Here we are, finally setting foot in our ancestral home for the first time in our lives, and you want to stop and rest by a pig farm?
Be patient, Lily. If we explore Pandaria too quickly, we will quickly run out of Pandaria to explore.
That barely even makes sense. You're just saying that because you're lazy and old.
Excuse me, Mom.
Of Sweden's total defense, and, if necessary, must help Sweden prepare for war. The obligation is called Total Defense Service, and this includes conscription in the armed forces, civilian service in, for example, emergency services departments or the armed forces, and general compulsory national service, which only applies in the event of a heightened state of alert. Quite simply, the idea is that every man, woman, and child, whether he or she likes it, has one purpose and one purpose only should war ever come to Sweden. Kill the Reds. With that in mind, the entire Swedish military is built around this defensive strategy. For example, the Swedish Navy does not have large warships in the modern era. They have smaller craft such as the Visby-class corvette, which can move quickly and use geography to hold the border. Similarly, the tanks are designed with this in mind, hence the cheese wedge. I love the cheese wedge. And the hottest of all IFVs, the CV-90. The Swedish Air Force as well is built for this kind of asymmetric total warfare, having the ability to use any number of main roads and even side roads as bases, with quite literally hangings built into the side of mountains. Not unlike the kind of sneaky stuff you see Ukraine pulling off right now. There is the distinct reason that the Swedish jets can take off and operate on very short runways. Also, side note, love the Dorito too. Look at it, it's great. To explain it in simple terms, the Swedish defense plan broke down to a very pragmatic: we can't win, we will lose land, but the land we will lose will be rendered inhospitable, and the invader will lose so many men that it will not be worth it. A true blood for the blood god kind of mentality, because quite simply, there would be nothing left to lose. In the midst of all this planning, the Soviets rammed a submarine onto a rock next to one of their naval bases and tried to order them around. The Swedes, thinking things were a bit sus, had a few scanners set up to try and check if the whiskey had any warheads aboard. And that's when the news came out that that submarine had nuclear weapons aboard. So a Soviet submarine with nuclear weapons was stuck on a rock in front of Sweden's premier naval base. This could only go well. Now, the grown-up thing to do would be to admit you had done goofed and apologise to Sweden, work out a deal, get the submarine back, maybe work out some compensation, and say sorry. Notice I said apologise twice in that sentence. Yeah. This is the Cold War. Nobody is exactly pragmatic, nobody is exactly sane. The Soviets, being absolute gigabrains, responded to Sweden, and being understandably a little mad at their territory being violated, by ordering 12 warships and a Spetsnaz team to sail straight into Swedish waters and forcefully remove the submarine. The Swedes, having been pushed to their absolute limit, snapped at this outright declaration of an intent to go to war, and the Prime Minister, upon being briefed by his defence force, gave the order: "Haul guns and hold the border." As the warships left Kaliningrad and crossed the Baltic, vegan fighter jets armed with anti-ship missiles took to the skies, with orders to sink any and all Soviet vessels who enter Swedish waters. So too were the coastal artillery units put on full alert, and right about now, Sweden went completely radio silent. Not a peep could be heard by the Soviet naval commander in charge of that squadron. What he may not have initially realised was that that was the signal that Sweden was for all intents and purposes on a war footing and was ready to go should the Soviets cross the border. The Soviet commander contacted Kaliningrad and said the equivalent of, it appears they're not backing down. And within half a mile, I'm not even kidding, half a mile of Swedish waters, the Soviet ships came to a complete stop. And in the great staring contest, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics and little old Sweden, the USSR, blinked. In the end, diplomacy would win the day. You'd have some Swedish shenanigans of, for example, aiming at and completely locking onto Soviet warships and having the Soviets panic before all of a sudden not doing it and not firing. And other little incidents like that, helicopters tracking other ships, submarines surfacing next to Soviet unarmed vessels going, you really want to screw around? And when I say unarmed vessels, I mean salvage vessels which were there to nick the submarine and take it back. But, as I said, in the end, diplomacy won the day. The Swedish Navy escorted the submarine to international waters, letting them know, don't let the door hit you on the way out. And now the Whiskey on the Rocks incident isn't really discussed much in the Western world. Swedes know about it though, and rightfully so. If you would like to look at a far more detailed insight into what happened from the Swedish perspective, have a look at Scruffy Tales. I'll put a link to his channel in the description, and this is his channel here on screen. He has only 1,000 subs, and he really deserves more. The level of research he put into his video is genuinely incredible, and I stumbled upon it when I was looking as to whether or not I would cover the topic. I tend to not want to cover topics that are largely covered by other channels, to put something fresh out there. Like, for example, I'm not going to touch the Russian Air Force. That's Anamarky's domain. He's working on a script and I've seen it. It's a huge script. And last I saw it, he was still in World War II, so God forbid that man has to get that done. But given that there is an ungodly number of Swedes in my audience, like, there is a genuine lot of you. There are not many Swedes in this world, yet you make up a very significant part of my audience. It's kind of shocking. And the sheer absurdity of everything that happened, I couldn't resist making this video. Valeri Satlin. Alright, I got it. He's in that Hoi 4 mod with a...
I can already see the conductor conducting dance. That's such a high tempo, not high tempo, like a high energy classical song.
Terrible UI. In 1975, the Soviet Union was in a bit of a state. Most of the annual budget, after all, had been going to the maintenance of Brezhnev's eyebrows and funneling weapons into whatever country's opposition the CIA was funneling weapons to. But during this magical time of kleptocratic insanity and bodging at new nuclear power plants, which totally won't come back to haunt them in 11 years, the average person in the Soviet Union kind of noticed things were getting a bit crap. As in really crap. As in, oh god, the economy is dying crap, but hey, never mind, let's laugh at the silly Americans for the fall of Saigon on the 30th of April. Imagine that. Intervening in a war, only having to withdraw. Wouldn't be us. Oh, anyway.
Afghanistan. Actually, that was not an intervention. They just straight up went to war and then lost. Kinda like America.
On a more serious note, by
They didn't have a good
1975
example.
things were not going well in the Soviet Union economically, as the country entered what we now call the era of great stagnation. Following the death of Joseph Stalin in 1953, and with the collective sigh of relief that quite literally everyone except for the politicians felt, the Soviet Union went through a period known collectively what we call in the West as the Khrushchev Thaw. This period saw an end to the extremely repressive policies of the Stalinist era, as Steve Buscemi liberated the entire nation by taking the drastic step of not shooting everybody who sneezes in the slightly wrong communist way. The thaw also included fiscal reforms that would actually benefit the Soviet economy quite a bit, such as the introduction of a minimum wage, and the expansion of media and arts and...
It's a video about how shit the Russian Navy is.
You know, cultural things, nice things.
Literally.
Khrushchev, though, went a bit too hard, too fast, due to what can be described as his personal vendetta against Stalin, and in this he alienated many of the supporters who still held Stalin in high regard, possibly suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. One of such people was Leonid Eyebrow Brezhnev, who ousted Khrushchev as leader in 1964. And although initially the Soviet economy would prosper, you know, because Khrushchev had done all the nice things, and Brezhnev wasn't the worst initially, Brezhnev's reintroduction of Stalinist policies would signal the end of that thaw, and it began to inhibit economic growth. To put it plainly, the Soviets decided to spend more and more money on their military and not other silly things like, I don't know, the proletariat. Guess what? You can't eat a T-Series tank. Right into space, though. The slowing of the Soviet economy matched up perfectly with the beginning of the gerontocracy within the Soviet Union. That's when you have really old people in government who, you know, should have retired anyway. Congress. Anyway, this furthered the lag being experienced by the USSR against its Western adversaries. Brezhnev's much more violent reaction to anti-communist uprisings such as the Prague Spring in 1968, where we get the term tanky from, furthered the USSR's return to a more oppressive state, with the leader doing his best to roleplay Stalin. Brezhnev was particularly angsty when it came to ensuring that communism remained in place in the Soviet satellites. Generally speaking, in an attempt to overcome the economic depression, the Soviet Union attempted large infrastructure projects, in particular in the field of atomic energy, to provide cheaper alternatives to power the state. The lack of resources caused by the economic situation led to unsafe practices, and the bureaucrats, each attempting to fulfill orders given from the level above them and trying to one-up each other to steal each other's jobs and, you know, communist Soviet things. Meanwhile, in the background, the Soviets weren't entirely blind to just how shitty things were getting under their dear leader. Some of these people even had guns, and on the 8th of November, one of them, having a sudden rush of shit to the brain and thinking this would end in any other way than a loud bang and a hole in his head, decided to channel the voodoo of Lenin and bring sexy back to the Soviet Union by using the ship he was on to imitate the famous Aurora. Valery Sablin, by all accounts a very highly competent naval officer who had quite a brain and was quite a good graduate, was going to stoke the fires of revolution and bring communism back like it was 1917 all over again. On the 9th of November 1975,
Okay,
Captain
I gotta
of the
know, dude. What song is Papers, Please based on? Montague Capulet feud. Dance of the Nights. Dance of the Nights. Montague and Capulet. Here's the papers, please one. Great game, great song. Oh, shit. Wrong
Third
play.
rank. Yeah, Soviet ranking is weird. Don't worry about it. He's an officer and the ship's political commissar. Valery Sablin, aboard the frigate Storozhevoy, went to his captain to report there were some sailors below deck completely dropped their face drunk. The captain, being a captain in the Soviet Navy in the 70s and understanding drunkenness was just Tuesday on a slow week, followed the officer below deck to discipline the men likely probably going to beat them. Because it's the Soviet Navy during the 70s. Upon reaching the lower decks and noticing that it was in fact empty, about a fisticuffs ensued, and the two men fought each other, with Sablin detaining the captain and other officers in the forward sonar compartment. Sablin then called a meeting of the remaining senior sailors and loyal officers aboard,
Fuck it.
and he allowed
This
them to
video's
vote
made me
as to
do
whether
it.
they
I'm
stayed
installing
or
Hearts of
not.
Iron.
He laid out that the Soviet leaders were all corrupt. Yes. And that they betrayed the revolution and abandoned Marxist-Leninism. Yes. And that his plan was to steam to Leningrad, the home of the revolution, and broadcast a message which would be revolutionary, and he would do this by parking his revolutionary ship next to another revolutionary ship, the Aurora, to restart the revolution. Can you tell that he was a die-hard communist yet? Of the 15 officers Sablin assembled, 8 of them said, sure, yeah, why not, let's do this, thinking it was a great idea, and the rest were brutally beaten and thrown below. Because it was the Soviet Navy in the 70s. With the officers on side, all beaten to a pulp 50-50, our intrepid adventurer with his comrades turned his attention to the crew of 150 men. Sablin was pretty popular though, and he gave a revolutionary speech promising a big revolution, a huge revolution, the greatest revolution you can imagine. Like it was going to be such a revolution that people would be tired of revolutions. And the whole crew basically enthusiastically agreed, or according to some sources
Don't do Trump.
Persuasion, they
You suck at it.
enthusiastically agreed. One of the officers, seeing that saying no meant getting a beating, agreed to the mutiny, and at the first chance he could, snuck off to warn the guards that there was in fact a mutiny occurring. The guard didn't believe him because such things don't happen in the Soviet Navy and such initiative was not welcome in Comrade Eyebrow's Soviet Union, so naturally both the guard and the officer would wind up being tortured, starved, and beaten by the KGB after first being accused of being drunk. Realising that they may now be detected, a Krivac-class frigate not at all being the stealthiest, Sablin decided to set sail straight away. His original plan was to undertake the mutiny at sea, once the fleet had sailed on an exercise, allegedly. But given the circumstances, he thought leaving straight away would give him the best chance at victory. And so the Storozhevoy set sail, her radars turned off to avoid detection, to start a revolution in a communist country. This may be a good time to pause to explain what exactly the Storozhevoy was. Storozhevoy, meaning guardian or sentry in Russian, was a... that's a word. Berezvetnik class anti-submarine frigate. In NATO language, it's a Krivac 1, which is the term I'm going to be using, because I'm not saying Berezvetnik about 30 times in a 20 or so minute video. The Krivacs were another one of those jack-of-all trades, master-of-none hull things that look really imposing and are somewhat decent, but are generally speaking just kind of mid. It's a frigate, okay? It isn't some kind of Wunderwaffe, it'll escort things well, it'll kill submarines, but like the Nox, it has limitations. It's not an Oliver Hazard-Perry, which has some kind of weird Rasputin-level stay-aliveness that no one really understands, no matter what it gets hit by.
It's already like way
The Storozhevoy,
less
one of
cold
21
than it should
Krivac
be.
1s, was of the frigate variety, designed mostly to hunt NATO submarines and shoot aircraft down. A regular run-of-the-mill kind of frigate. I think they look kind of cool, personally. But the Krivacs could kind of do everything depending on what they were outfitted for. To an extent. The KGB Coast Guard and now the FSB Coast Guard even use them. Yeah, that's right, the State Security Service has frigates, don't worry about it, it's Russia. Speaking of CIA frigates, when? Anyway, back to the mutiny. Probably because Sablin was too busy hugging a life-size body pillow of Lenin or something. A junior officer escaped his confinement below decks and found his way to a radio. It appears that this could have been a short-ranged radio somewhere else on board, but it's kind of speculatory. All we know is he made his way to a radio. But he was able to alert the authorities to the fact that something was, in fact, happening. This time, they actually listened. And fearful of a repeat of the defection of Jonas Plesky's to Sweden, the Soviet commanders gave the order that the ship, under all circumstances, must be stopped. According to some reports, as soon as the ship cleared the mouth of the Gulf of Riga, 13 ships of the Baltic Fleet, in their ports and at sea already, sortied, along with 13 warplanes, amongst them Yak-28 bombers, who incidentally this would be the one and only time they would actually get to fire in anger. at their own ship. The Soviets were in a bit of a tricky situation here, as they wanted to recover the ship, but not to destroy it if they could avoid it, because, it's kind of hard to explain why you bombed your own frigate to the Swedish and NATO, who would, sort of notice this thing. Also, there's 150 crew aboard, and try explaining that to the bomber pilots that you have to kill 150 of your own comrades. But anyway, now the official story is that they knew what was going on the whole time, and that they never lost the ship. The reality was that the only ships close enough to stop the ship in those first few hours were outgunned by the frigate, and they didn't particularly fancy getting smacked around, although it is arguable whether or not Sablin would have fought the ship against his erstwhile comrades, if it came to push to shove. The Soviet command realised the closest ship's shortcomings, and decided that they would set the bombers onto the storage buoy, but they weren't exactly sure where it was, and it kind of looked like a lot of other Soviet frigates out on the water, which is a slight issue. Now that the situation was getting a bit out of hand, aka the government ministers were shitting them bricks that the ship would defect to Sweden, the order to sink the ship was getting more and more frantic. Don't worry about the fact there's 150 crew aboard and they might be innocent. The poor conditions limited the bomber's visibility, and they struggled to find it. Probably didn't help that they weren't exactly trained to bomb ships in the first place, but don't worry about it. And a second squad of Yaks found a large ship and began bombing it. But it was a cargo ship. Shooting the wrong target. Again, old habits die hard, huh? And so, another squad of Yaks went up, and somehow somebody had a brainwave that the ship might be close to Soviet waters. Remember how I said, though, that the Soviet Navy had been shadowing the ship? Well, they hadn't actually reported to the Air Force because reasons.
I'm gonna die.
So the Soviet Navy never actually lost the ship, they just didn't tell anyone where they knew it was. The most accepted reason being that they didn't think the Air Force squadron of Yaks would be tasked to stop it. There was still one Yak from the 2nd Bomber Squadron in the air though, and it was over near Gotland, and it found 2 large frigates in the water. One of them was the flagship of the Pursuit Squadron, and after getting really low and disobeying orders, the other was the Storage Boy. The bomber proceeded to drop multiple payloads both in front of and behind the ship in an attempt to disable her, as well as firing their cannons into the sea. Eventually this was quite effective, and it appears that the steering gear aboard the Storage Boy was disabled. Right on cue though, more Soviet bombers arrived and started bombing the wrong frigate. Namely, they were bombing the ship chasing the Storage Boy, and the patrol boats began to fire to drive off the friendly planes. It's honestly a miracle that the old frigate wasn't destroyed at this point, and both the ships and pilots blamed each other for not designating the correct target. Likely realising their goose was cooked, the Storage Boy came to a stop, and Soviet Marine commandos boarded, only to find Sablin aboard his ship with a hole in his knee and detained by his own crew who had freed their captain. What is likely is that when the crew realised that they were in fact going to die if they kept following him, they had enough. The Storage Boy gingerly made its way back to port, and on arrival, Sablin was brutally beaten and then arrested by the KGB, who would starve him and torture him during the interrogation, because Soviet Union in the 70s. Sablin was charged with high treason and court-martialed, and 1 year later, although his crime generally only carried a 15-year prison sentence, he was executed.
What's hitting me? What the fuck?
His second-in-command, Alexander Sheen, received an 8-year prison sentence, and the other would-be mutineers were allegedly let go.
That River Strider, it's fucking hitting me.
Allegedly, and according to some sources, the KGB, feeling like they hadn't rammed the message home hard enough, beat the ever crap out of significant portions of the Storage Boy's crew, including the captain, who was locked below. This is just allegedly, I'm not entirely sure. It's possible that they were just sent off and told to bugger off, which we all kind of think happened anyway. When we know it happened anyway to an extent, because the ship was completely given a new crew, not even 6 months after the incident. The Soviets were genuinely quite embarrassed by the whole fiasco, and they quickly ordered the Storage Boy with that brand new crew to be redeployed to the Far East, and she departed in early 1976 for Petropavlovsk. The rest of her career being relatively quiet, the only notable thing being that she made a port call to the then Ethiopian port of Massawa, modern-day Eritrea, in 1980, and in June 2002 she was sold to an Indian breaker for scrapping. As for Sablin, the Soviets spun a yarn that Sablin's intention was to defect to the United States, which, you know, if you understand the geography of Riga and the Baltic Sea, kinda checks out, but not really. Sablin originally had to sail west to get out of the Gulf of Riga, which makes it have to go towards Scotland
Unification
and
Wars
Sweden,
mod
which makes
is
the
updated.
story believable.
It was updated,
The reality was that
like 2
Sablin
weeks ago.
was going north to Leningrad.
Well, what's updated?
The Soviet lie was genuinely, though, quite believable, and it would actually take until the end of the Cold War for the rest of the West to find out that Sablin never actually intended to defect. He was a Soviet through and through. Sablin remained a dedicated communist until his death, his last letter to his son reading, Trust the fact that history will judge events honestly, and that you will never have to be embarrassed for what your father did. On no account ever be one of those people who criticize but do not follow through their actions. Such people are hypocrites, weak, worthless people who do not have the power to reconcile their beliefs with their actions. I wish you courage, my dear. Be strong in your belief that life is wonderful. Be positive and believe that the revolution will always win. He followed this up by stating in his farewell letter to his parents that I am convinced that a revolutionary consciousness will catch fire amongst our people. Now that technically happened. Just not in the way you think. 20 years later, though, the Soviet Union was gone. And ultimately, what Sablin did, in many ways, can be seen as being done for no reason at all. As an interesting anecdote, the American researcher Gregory D. Young wrote his 1982 master's thesis, Mutiny on the Storozhevo, a case study of dissent in the Soviet Navy, on this very topic. It is a fascinating read and I encourage you to check it out. This thesis was stored in the United States Naval Academy, and one day an unknown insurance salesman by the name of Tom Clancy found it, and he loved it. He would adapt it into a book, which would then later become a movie, with the worst sounding Russian accents I've ever heard in human history. The Hunt for Red October. So I expect in about 30 years some random salesman to read my eventually to be published research thesis on the evolution of the Royal Navy from pirates to professionals 1500 to 1750, and I expect a movie with absolutely horrific accents to be published with my name in the accreditations. I'm joking, that'll bore you to death. I wouldn't actually put you through it. Like, comment, subscribe, Patreon link in description, join Discord, all the normal things. Thank you all to the patrons, and I will catch you next time.
The first and the second one were no, just the first one were shit was stuff I didn't know yet, but the rest I already know. It essentially boiled down to Russia dumb. Play easy. Okay, I haven't played this in a long time. Specifically this mod as well. Unification. It's been a long time. Recruitable population 5%, yes please. I don't even have to think about that, Jesus. You ever played this one, Knight? I mean, this is a mod for it, right? But yeah. This is essentially a World War II simulator. I didn't even know how to use this. I can't remember. Okay, I'm gonna leave that open for now. It's the national focus. Seven days gives me 50 PP. 35 days. Exertus Imperialis. So this is a Warhammer 40K mod. But it still kind of runs the same as the regular game, right? Go with Terra. I have no idea. I should have gone with the PP. Too late now. Nobody wants to trade with me. Everyone hates me, I think. I don't even have trade routes. Hearts of Iron, yes. I'll show you the base game because I kind of want to play this, but I can't remember how to properly play. So I'm going back to the base game. I'm really happy that they're still working on this mod though, because this mod is fantastic. But right now, let's play a base game so I can get back into it. No religion. There is no religion involved. Let me check something real quick. What's the DLC called? It's the same price. Never mind. Never mind all. Game has great music as well. Fantastic. We're not playing America though. America's a fucking democratic nation. Democratic nations in this game suck. You can't go to war easily. It's much better to play fascist. See German. Could do Japan maybe. Yeah. Meanwhile, think which country to play. I could play China, Communist China, but that's like really hard. It worked really well in vanilla, but that's yeah, 5 years ago. There's way more DLCs now. It's not that easy no more. Guess I'll just play Germany. Well, technically, real China. This is before World War II, right? It starts in 1936. So this is actually like democratic China, aka British puppet. Hong Kong. Okay, I don't want to. I'm gonna leave it to civilian. On civilian, maybe it worked. Have to play regular for the achievements though. Problem is I start democratic and I'm not sure if I can easily switch to fascism anymore, considering all of the DLCs now and stuff. Like, I actually hate the spy DLC. It's really annoying. Sadly, it's also not something you can turn off. Even though it's a DLC. It's like Paradox Games has the sometimes annoying habit of... How do I explain this? Like, when you get a DLC, when a new DLC comes out, a massive patch goes alongside it that adds a bunch of shit that technically is for the DLC. So even if you don't buy the DLCs, your game still like improves, sort of. Although I think the spy shit is just annoying. So I guess that's a step back in my opinion. Ah, fuck it, was this play fair? No, I want to try Belgium. Fuck it. Let's see if we can flip, because I don't think we can. Not as easy as it used to be. Do I still have like the most generic as fuck? That makes me not want to play Belgium, dude. Like, it's a default fucking... I hate default. Could do this guy. Takes a while. Yeah, I really do hate the extremely generic Focus 3. Fuck it. I wonder if there's mod for that. Or Belgium. Probably not. At least this I know how to play.
Angetreten!
Okay. Do not use WASD. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Angetreten.
Get rid of the mountain guys. That's 24. New army. New groepen.
Befehlen.
You.
Komm.
Mein Stein. Yeah. We're going to add a border.
Befehlen.
Can't really do that yet, but whatever. Okay, that's done. Research I need. I need you. You. And then we got one free one, which will be you. Actually. Yeah. No, it's... Yeah. No, that's 38. Never mind. Is civilian factories. I need more. Do not press W. Oh, I forgot I have to do this. Okay, that works too. Put my hand on this then. Is it control? No, it's shift. Okay, nope. Oh, actually, just one. I have 8 military factories free. 2, 4, 5. 8. Cause it look like wool. Could oppose Hitler. Revive the Keizerreich. I don't think I've ever done this. You can go democratic, but that's boring. Deutsche Nationale Volkspartei. Okay. One of you. One of you. Forgot how to add people. Yeah, see, that's not it. Oh. Oh, get us wrong one. How the fuck do I... I can't even remember how to make more units. What the fuck? I could make 4 of these at once. I just can't remember how. I really can't remember. What the fuck? Oh. Fucking blind. My bad. Think we're good?
Angetreten.
How much PP do I need? $50. Make sure they're training.
Angetreten.
So at least get some experience. And get a little bit of not these guys, they're already maxed. Never mind. Or we'll get the experience. Slowly.
Angetreten.
Keep forgetting you have to build that. Speed things up. Osa. That's probably these. That's gonna be over quickly. Germany gets so much more options than Belgium. On one hand, it makes sense, but on the other, I feel left out. Just gonna wait for one of these guys. Martin Bormann. I could use the PP. We should get Himmler as well. The 2% is really nice. I completely forgot. I should have been justifying with the first 50 PP. Completely forgot. Kind of important. Oops. It's a little big. Where's the buttons at? Where are the buttons? Oh, do I have to click here? No. There we go. Oh, fuck's sake. Airfield. You. I'll make it 1,000. This needs to be all the way to the top. Perfect. Let me get away with it. Give it a try. I don't think that I've never seen it before. It doesn't ring a bell. You. What have we got? Intel extraction rate. Let's see if we can do ideology here, so we turn Sweden into fascists. This way, whenever a ship completes, the dock will just go to the next one. Till all the crappy ships are done, I don't even use a navy with Germany. Not really. Maybe later. Yeah. How long is this gonna take? I forgot. Nowhere near. Disperse so I don't get bombed to high heaven. I mean, I will get bombed to high heaven, but it'll be less effective. Ooh, nice. Sweden has accepted our deal. That's nice. Gain some stuff. I don't know which one though. Gain some resources. Västerbotten. No idea. Alright, 4-year plan. Just gotta get that industry going.
Angetreten.
Close enough. It's been a while. I gotta get more troops in the field. I want to get Anschluss as fast as possible. Could do this for even more political gain. Then swap him out later. Was it October? That's so we get autarky as a bonus. 10% is gonna help. Logistics as well. Okay, I need to you no, because it needs a logistic as well, yeah. Already has support artillery. Save. Well, at least one of them got saved, and we'll do upgrades first. Thank you. How much am I in deficit now? 30. That's fine. Making 4 a day. We'll be fine. Stop the exercising. I'm gonna ignore that for now. I can do my own war in a month, so by the time my guys get there, it's over. This is usually a shit show. Last time there were 4 different factions. What the fuck? Okay, 20 days. couple more. Oh, what? This happens a lot, man. Like, okay. Hope they win, but doesn't look like it. The dirty Dutch must die. That reminds me. Oh my god. Forgot how to see that. How do I go into spy mode? Never mind.
Hele.
Oh my god, it didn't count. Oh, sometimes it does that. I can't actually get there. Well, I'm not sure what to do now. Sometimes that happens. Oh no, there we go. Okay, it just took a while. Perfect. Okay, this is I took Holland, the Netherlands, and then I also took this, which is this part is what I need. I'm gonna lose that later, but right now I really need it because it is where my rubber's gonna come from. And we do need rubber. Now I don't think I can justify on Belgium anymore. I could have maybe when if I was at war, I could have done it faster. Because now it's gonna take me 210 days. By the time it's done, Great Britain will be back in them. So kind of gonna ignore that for now.
Right. Angetreten.
Just gonna let them sit there. It doesn't really matter. Only two. I'm gonna ignore that for now. Fuck it. Just one. To be fair, one tank might just win that war. Hmm.
Achtung! Angetreten!
Let's find out. Let's find out.
Angetreten!
That's new. Okay, I need some designers. How long for my 39 days?
Angetreten! Ausrücken!
One tank can definitely win this war. I was gonna do this.
Ausrücken!
This. Fuck my life. I don't have another shit. Bro, he's just boosting ideology. Fuck off. See now, these guys are actually in a pocket. If they're in a pocket, they'll start losing their morale, and if they then die, they'll be dead. Well, the first guy will get pushed into this thing, but.
Ausrücken!
I just gotta make sure I'm not the one that gets into the pocket.
Ausrücken!
Artillery good.
Achtung!
Danzig oder Krieg.
Angetreten!
I forgot how to change these. How do I change these? Is it just here? It is. Mantis suck. Well, we're winning slowly. I can change on a dime though, but it shouldn't because he's not getting supplied no more. So. I just took half the country for him, basically. And he's about to take the capital. They might just capitulate. Nice. Well, Estonia's it truly was the little thing that could. Ooh. I hope. Oh no, it is. Ooh, okay. Oh my god, gotta help these guys. They're gonna lose. Big time. I can only send 2 volunteers. Fuck my life.
Achtung! Befehle? Bereit?
Nope.
Angetreten?
Let's do Guderian, why not? And then attach him to the first group. You get an extra front line. Boom. Ow.
Befehle?
Had the wrong guy select. Excusez-moi. Why not? I'm sick. Whatever. Yeah, this guy's not helping now. I don't understand why that's happening. No? How do I change the starting? What if I, no? Whatever. Little weird, but I don't suppose I can, how long is it gonna take? Fuck my life. Here's my problem. If I make them fascist, I can't take them over myself. Hmm. Yeah, they're just gonna massively lose, like usual. Okay, we're almost at 2 full lines. I build a shit ton of civilian factories, like, immediately. I need to get my production started, dude. The war effort needs, material.
Angetreten! Angetreten!
Yeah, see, they're like, that didn't really last very long. Are these guys doing? I should probably send some help. Three.
Angetreten!
Ah, he's still in fucking transit. 22 days. Mach schnell! I'm actually 28. I thought. Yeah, it's because it's 22 days, but it was the 6th, so it's 28. Beeline the research slot. Yo, what? The Japanese People's Republic? Yo, you better fucking lose. What the fuck? Communist, but they're all fucking fascists. What? Come on? That's a little weird. I have historical accuracy turned off, by the way. You can turn it on, but off is much more fun. Cause shit like this happens. Why would I ever take this one when you have this one? What the fuck? I'll wait. Oh my god, they're actually losing.
Bereit!
Okay. Oh, I completely forgot. Oh, fuck my life.
Achtung! Ausrücken!
Ooh. Interesting. You're going communist. Hmm.
Ausrücken!
I really need this. Start making mediums. When do I get my extra research slot? 30 days.
Angetreten!
I should have brought one infantry division instead of all three. So 2 tanks and 1 infantry.
Ausrücken!
It's 1 in the morning. It's still 35 degrees. Actually, it's 1:30 in the morning. I might need to... Kill's important. Well, I'm not at war. These are volunteers.
Befehle?
Hashtag wasn't me. Oh,
Bereit! Ausrücken! Los, los, los!
The good thing about volunteers is they give you experience, which is very important. I just keep going down World Warfare because of the desperate defense. Get even more manpower. We're gonna need it. This guy is now dead. When he loses, he's got nowhere to go, so the unit dies. That's how you like win this game. You make pockets and kill units. Oh, wow. Like right here. The upside here is they have a port, so they got in and out still. But otherwise this would be very bad. So
Angetreten! Angetreten! Ausrücken!
WH40K. That's super important for obvious reasons. It did it again, bro. They just literally, while we were fighting them, a third party just popped up. There might be a fourth one. I've seen 4. On the bright side, it was pretty much all of it was the bad guys' territory. So for us, technically nothing changed. It seems like all of the units turned though, so if I can get this locked off, all of this seems fair game. Unless I can't see them for some reason? No, yeah, it's all fair game. Come on, though. Chop, start moving. Anarchist uprising inside of the Spanish Civil War. Crazy. Bro, why are you fucking... Come on. He's got nothing left. Run that bitch over. Incident, yes. Disaster, no disaster. So... the game has like historical shit that happens, right? But it's hit or miss. The Hindenburg didn't blow up in a horrific fashion. Amelia Earhart is yet to be seen, but sometimes she survives. Like stuff like that. And then you can use, like, for example, I think you can use Amelia Earhart somehow if she survives. Like advisor, I think maybe. Can't remember. But it definitely has an upside too. Oh, what? Oh. Should have waited. Good Mauser. Yeah, it's freaking out. They finally knew. Thank you. That frees up like 3 divisions, if not more. Took them forever to do as well. Like I hated it. If he would just like take this one, then whatever's here will die. But yeah, I am. Don't tease me and just die.
Angetreten! Achtung!
I need to, if I can clean this up. Barcelona is a big one, because not only is it the capital, it's also a port, right?
Greif weiter an!
Should be good.
Angetreten! Ausrücken! Ausrücken!
Free of charge.
Angetreten!
Oh, we're up to three rows now. That's good. That's good. I need more trucks. That will actually do nothing, right? But it's for later. I'll make some military soon. Actually, I want to start making military now. I'll put one line on military because I need it. Oh, no, she disappeared. Not this time. This is very bad. I need to clean this up right now, because I need to go help those guys. I forgot about that one. That's gonna be 6 military factories. That's fine. We're gonna need them. No biggie. Can we break through already? Jesus Christ. Should I start on it? I really do need it. The fuck? Hello? Oh. Oh my god. And there's the fourth. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You know what? Fuck you then. You can figure it out. Fuck those guys. Fucking bullshit. Nice. What a miss. China's going for it. Yunnan and Guangxi at the same time. Oh, behave. This miss, bro. Unbelievable. That's a naval bomber. What? What is... What? I'm confused. I was pressing the wrong buttons. I thought it was 1,000. Yeah. Why am I only... What? $832 selected. 1,104. Come on. Why are there so many groups? What is this? Okay, you know what? Remove all of them. And then I pick you. I make a new air wing. This is all garbage. Just all of it, whatever. Okay. You. And then you and you. Oh yeah, that's right. How about this guy? I hate the spy stuff, I really do. I'm guessing their guys just did already? Yeah. Damn it. I'll keep this guy in my own thing for now. That sucks. Wait, how do I upgrade? Oh, I forgot about this. I really do hate the spy stuff. I have no idea what I'm doing.
Angetreten!
I'm working on it. That'll help. Yes, sir. I have 3 left over. Why, I need 3,000 already? Okay, 3 more. That's an easy choice. Don't want to do that yet. I have to fight his wars too. That is not fun. The AI can be very annoying. Oh, actually, it's Vapsit. I thought it was Italy. Should I? Why not? Fuck it. YOLO. Swiss Confederation seeks trade agreements with German Reich. That's nice. That's also nice. Oh. Pearl should have taken the other one. It's fine. Interesting.
Befehle. Bereit.
Yo, see what's up? Just chilling. What's up with you?
Achtung.
What do you mean 2 modes? I've been playing this game for years since it came out, so yeah, I think it's great. There's a Warhammer 40K mod where you can play the Unification Wars. I wanted to play it because it was recently updated as well. But it's been a while, so I figured I'd play a regular game first. Okay, we're good on these. Here's the problem. I've been stockpiling these, right? That's so dumb on my part. Because I want to make them mediums. Fuck. Move these to 1. I have 3 left. Start making a more combined arms army. Okay, let's hope this works. 725. How much do I have right now? 600. Ugh. Japanese People's Republic. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, they're still fascist though. Weird. No, they're communists. Weird. That makes no sense to me. Okay, I guess we befriend China then. No. No, I got historical focus turned off. So, a lot of weird shit happens. Interesting. Swiss gold market.
Bereit! Befehle?
That's right, I got Austria. I was so confused. Like, where all these guys come from? Oh, we took Austria. 10, 11, okay. All together. C, U, Infanterie. Fucking trucks. Thank you. Successful. Ooh. We like those.
Angetreten!
I like gold. And to give them a little bit of a thought, let's put an army on the border. Strong arm. These guys. Not sure what these guys are doing, to be honest. They were leaning communist at the start, but it's gone now. They haven't done that in a while. I'm gonna do that because that gives me an extra slide. I'm gonna wait with this till I can make the basic medium. Wonderful. What's going on here? Fucking communists. Never mind. Elusive gentleman. Finally. Can't have to wait because I need the engine as well, no? Or is it gonna be fucking garbage? Here's the thing. I don't know how to make a unit. I really don't. I never really knew. I just randomly click shit. Sort of. I don't know. I can't even afford it. Fuck's sake. Yeah, we're just gonna wait. Upgrade my tanks. I have a tank line working on light tanks, but I want medium tanks. But the thing is, you need to make the tank. Right, I just researched the chassis. I still need to like make the tank, which costs me sorry, army experience to make it. So if you go to production and you say, "Oh, make me a chassis," I can't make this because it doesn't have a main armament. You have to create a variant, and then you add, you know, heavy armor and heavy cannon. I don't know why there's an X there. Secondary turret, machine gun. Has to be that one. Oh no, it's because of this medium turret to a 3-man turret. And then we can... No, why is there an X? Medium fixed super strip. Oh, that makes it into a tank destroyer. Ugh, never mind. Machine gun. Smoke launchers, smoke armor, radios. I lose 7 breakthrough, but I gain 16 reliability. Electric engines, oh no, the diesel engine is best. That loses a lot. And then you can add points. But you want to make sure the reliability is not too low. I know that much. Also, if you drop armor on it, the speed slows down as well. Like a lot. But survivability goes up, obviously, because you have more armor, and your breakthrough in turn goes up as well. It's like a little bit of a... I haven't started on it yet. I mean, I've got like my basic shit. Bunch of fighters, bunch of gas. But nothing special. The Navy I'm ignoring completely. For now. Soviet Union declared war on the Soviet Union. You'll love to see it. I know. At least we're building him now. So now I need to wait. A war between rivaling factions within the Communist Party. Joseph Stalin and Emil Dajin. Dominion of Canada? Nice. Nice. Canada is now its own thing. Or is going to be its own thing. Hopefully. That got up really weirdly. Ach, snel. And I don't want you spawning. Wait. 723. Oh, I need like one more. Yeah, one more group can spawn. Wait for it to spawn. Soviet Lithuania and Soviet Union. Lithuania is like really small, no? Yeah. Sucks they're right next to me though. That's kind of annoying. Fucking trucks, man. I need to make way more trucks, bro. It's not even close. Trucks. Son of a bitch. Nice hat. China just declared war on communist China as well. Yo, why are you making so many wars, bro?
Angetreten. Bereit.
Nice. They're cutting everybody loose. Slowly. It'll take a while. Mike. Oh. Damn, they have way less.
Bereit. Achtung.
How am I gonna do this?
Achtung. Befehle. Ausrücken.
Hmm. Half a year, Jesus. is kind of over already.
Angetreten. Befehle. Bereit. Bereit. Ausrücken. Bereit. Ausrücken. Vorwärts, Männer. Ausrücken! Angetreten!
This ain't gonna work. I might actually lose these guys as well.
Angetreten! Ausrücken! Achtung! Befehle! Bereit! Befehle! Ausrücken! Achtung!
I'm just gonna lose all the army. Oh well, we tried.
Achtung! Angetreten! Befehle!
Oh yeah, how did the trains work? I can't remember this at all.
Befehle! Bereit! Achtung! Ausrücken! 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 Achtung! Achtung! Ausrücken! Greift weiter an! Ausrücken! Bereit! Achtung!
Stay.
Bereit! Bereit! Ausrücken! Bereit! Bereit!
No, fuck. Interesting. They got cracked down on. That will probably not endear the British to India.
Bereit!
See, like the orange, orange yellowish little bar. It's this bar right here. It's your fighting strength, your equipment, and when they're encamped or encircled, they don't gain any new equipment, so you can like run them over fairly quickly as well. These guys are so fucked though. The moment I leave.
Bereit!
I did that wrong.
Befehle. Angetreten. Ausrücken! Ausrücken!
Can I have 3? Oh.
Bereit!
Damn it. Can't afford to use it on this. I need it for the tank division.
Bereit! Bereit!
Wait, was that icon name? Supply status. I don't get it.
Ausrücken! Ausrücken! Achtung!
Keep him busy. Okay, now he's dead. No, that unit's gonna die.
Bereit! Angetreten! Achtung! Ausrücken! Angetreten! Angetreten! Achtung! Bereit! Bereit! Achtung!
Bro, if I can encircle these, oh my god, these guys are so fucking.
Angetreten! Ausrücken! Befehle! Ausrücken! Befehle! Ausrücken! 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 Bereit! Ausrücken!
Come on, guys, I need it. 1200. Bum, 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 bum. I need a template. Bum, 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 bum. You. Is that good? No fucking idea. That was not cheap. Yo, excuse me, what's up? Yeah, that's because of the thing I'm doing right now. I was reminding them to be nice to me. I can't believe they actually broke through. Oh my god. How rude. I got 2 years.
Befehle? Achtung! Ausrücken! Ausrücken!
I swear, dude, these volunteers are... I might lose them.
Angetreten! Ausrücken! Ausrücken!
No.
Ausrücken!
I can't remember how the trains work. I'm gonna be honest. I'd have to make him first, obviously, but still. Am I at war? No, I'm still fighting proxy wars while I'm demanding stuff left and right from the other guys.
All right. Greift weiter an!
I'm trying to assist the civil war here for the fascists.
Achtung! Bereit!
Damn it. I'll attack him though. That'll be good. Bro, if I can clean this group up. Yeah. Civil war in Finland. I need to break one of those guys or I'm in trouble.
Angetreten!
Now we might snowball, hopefully.
Befehle! Ausrücken!
Yes, let's go.
Bereit! Angetreten. Angetreten. Ausrücken.
Oh yeah, 1940. I got 2 years, man.
Befehle. Bereit. Ausrücken. Angetreten.
Oh, okay, that guy's dead.
Befehle. Angetreten. Ausrücken. 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 Achtung. Achtung. Bereit. Ausrücken. Angetreten.
Nice. Yo. Slowly taking like a little province here, a little province there. This guy? Yeah, probably. But I'm trying to...
Angetreten.
Nope. Too slow.
Achtung! Befehle? Achtung! Ausrücken! Ausrücken! Angetreten! Ausrücken!
Got him.
Angetreten! Ausrücken! Angetreten!
I know, right?
Los, los, los!
They were brand new too, so.
Ausrücken! Achtung!
I have to wait to use that though. Can't swap it over yet. Okay, weird. Interesting. Very interesting. Hey,
Achtung! Ausrücken!
yeah, first thing I do always. I need the rubber. Really?
Befehle? Ausrücken!
Got him. You're welcome.
Angetreten! Ausrücken! Ausrücken!
I can't believe I won this war. Holy shit. We were definitely not supposed to win this one. That's kind of nuts. This is probably a bad idea. We'll see what happens.
Bereit? Ausrücken!
You're fucking welcome. Holy shit, I can't believe I did that. That's nuts. You're still going at it as well. Yeah, Civil War.
Befehle? Bereit!
I don't know, I've had like weird shit going on, dude. Spain was in 4 pieces. Like 4. I was going nuts.
Bereit!
Yeah, everywhere, dude. It's crazy. Shit's popping off like nuts. I kinda wanna see what happens. Fuck it, YOLO. I can't save it. That's right, it's Iron Man. Fuck! I forgot. And if they don't, we'll fuck them up. Yo, what's up, B? How you doing? melting. Now I'm doing. It's 3 in the morning. It's 35 degrees. Ridiculous. I should be able to see how much these are. I got a radar now. Build some more. Nice little chunk. I need more military. Way more military. Oh my god. I don't know if I want to do that. I'm fairly certain I don't. Fucking Italy. That always fucked me over. Yeah. Mussolini as much as an idiot in here as he was in real life. Oh, I left it on pause. I didn't realize. Ooh. One more. YOLO. I need so many more military, dude. Oh my god. I feel like I should like activate that when I go to war with him. No.
Achtung! Bereit!
It's 35 versus 35. Not so much over here though, which is a problem. Nice. Oh, I forgot the fucking... Damn, China won everything. Random. Fuck it.
Befehle. Bereit. Befehle.
Whatever. How do I make trains? That's like a thing, right?
Angetreten. Ausrücken. Ausrücken! Achtung! Bereit!
Nice. Union of Britain. What? Oh my god. Fascist pigs.
Befehle! Angetreten. Achtung! Vorwärts, Männer! Angetreten. Achtung! 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 Angetreten. All right. Bereit. Angetreten. Befehlen. Ausrücken.
Popular state, what? Fucking communists all over the place. Fuck my life.
Bereit. Ausrücken. Achtung. Angetreten. Angetreten. Befehle? Angetreten. Bereit. Bereit. Angetreten.
But wait till they get set.
Bereit.
I have no idea how this works.
Angetreten. Angetreten.
Huh. It's kind of crazy. There's no world war yet. Not really. I mean, there's war everywhere, but. It's a lot smaller now. Oh, boom. What?
Befehle? Achtung! Angetreten.
Where's the around the dimensional line? Where's that? Oh. Hmm. Danzig oder Krieg. Rude. Hmm. Let's do Poland first and then we'll see. Random. Interesting.
Angetreten.
Fucking random, bro. Oh, I forgot the dude. He's probably dead now. Yeah. Oops. I completely forgot him again. Fuck's sake. Let me guess, they're gonna call me in.
Bereit.
Okay. I'm just gonna accept, but I'm gonna ignore it. For now. What's it gonna be, Poland? Danzig oder Krieg? We're about to find out.
Angetreten. Achtung!
They have chosen Krieg. Die Entlassung. I forgot how to increase stability. Kinda don't want to do that now. Should have done that earlier. Can't do that. Sorry. Shit, I just realized. Oops. No. Well, here comes Britain, assholes.
Ausrücken!
No, no, no. Oops. Bro, reading those words is so weird.
Greif weiter an!
Nice.
Achtung!
Holy shit. Oh, SSR is gonna get all of it. I'm not sure what's going on here. I don't want to hand this over. Thank you. Nice. Oh, what? Why is all that mine? Okay. We're gonna lose that.
Cool.
Why aren't they moving? Oh, they are. Okay. Just blind. Nice. I have no idea how to make a plane. I've never done that. No idea. Marine. I have no idea. Whatever. I have no fucking idea. I have no idea. Strategic bombing. No, I don't give a fuck about that. Oh.
Angetreten! Achtung!
Oh damn. So much for Portugal.
Achtung! Angetreten! Angetreten!
Squeak.
Angetreten. Achtung! Achtung!
Yugoslavia isn't. What? They're gone though. I don't get it.
Befehle.
A little bit. Tiny bit. This is all mine as well. It just looks yellow because I'm attacking it from the yellow, so it goes yellow. But they're not actually getting points for this, so at the end I can take it for myself. It's good. I don't even know how I got this, but yeah. I'm not entirely sure who that is. It's almost 5 a.m. I should probably go sleep. Yo, see you later, V. Enjoy work. Well, good luck at work, I'll put it that way. I am running out of, well, actually I ran out of manpower. Yeah, that's not true. I'm lying. Lol. So much for those guys.
All right.
More military. Hmm. What do they want? Okay. That's fine. Damn. Living subs. I gotta find him, man. Blow him out of the water. Go, go. Where's the one I'm making? Oh, it's probably going into the other one. Yeah. Oh, they're all fucked. kind of annoying that this is yellow. Should be mine, not theirs. Okay, they lost one on nice. Sucks. Sucks. Nice. Nice. 4 ships there. Nice. Okay. That's good. Murder did kill.
Angetreten! Angetreten!
Oh.
Achtung! Bereit! Angetreten! Angetreten! Alright. Angetreten! Ausrücken! Ausrücken! Befehle.
This guy could move, that'd be great.
Greift weiter an! Los, los, los! Bereit! Angetreten!
Bro, you just fucked off. Oh my god.
Angetreten! Bereit! Ausrücken! Bereit! Greift weiter an! Angetreten!
Oh my god. This is so annoying. I'm a boss. We're gonna save here. It's 5 in the morning and my brain can't follow anymore. Thank you all so much for hanging out. I'll be back tomorrow. Same place, same time. Every damn day of the week. You all know how it goes. Alright fellas. I'll just raid Joey and then I'm going to sleep. Good night.